that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere, make no mistake. Cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time of night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people, struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble, just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere, make no mistake. Cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time of night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people. Struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble. Just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karage, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere, make no mistake. Cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karage, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time on night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karage, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karage, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people. Struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble. Just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karage, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere, make no mistake. Cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karage, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time on night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people, struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble, just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know, we gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here, and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere, big mistake. Cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, daytime or night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we.
Honorable members, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, honorable members. Please be seated. Honorable members, we will now proceed with the motion in the name of the Honorable Minister, Gail Shearer.
Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Member, Mr. Ramjitai.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to make an invitation to you, Honorable Speaker, that in being consistent with the ruling in relation to the flaring, that this motion ought to be disqualified on the ground of sub judice. And if I'm just given 3 or 4 minutes, I'm going to make the case as to why I so state and why it should be considered. It's an important point. Of course, we know Rule 26G, that matters relating, which is under the adjudication of a court of law, makes it sub judice. And the principle underlying that rule we went through is to ensure that trials are not prejudiced by parliamentary comment. And as you had even mentioned on the last occasion, even magistrates and judges listen to this institution when we speak. It is important to understand, sir, that, and I am certain that you're aware, that this no confidence motion goes towards the character of Mr. David Patterson. And in the magistrate's court as we speak, there are criminal charges against him. Suffice it to say, conspiracy to defraud. So we do have litigation that is going on. It is clear from the whereas clauses that we have in the motion that government speakers will be condemnatory of the character of the member David Patterson. We could have seen already bullyism and all of that in there. So, and I want to make this very important point, there is substantial risk of prejudice to those proceedings by virtue of what is going to transpire here. And it is important, moreover, that this rule in relation to criminal matters is almost absolute. In page 383 of the 26th edition, I read a passage that states that the rule was set out sometime in 1962-63, and to quote it, this resolution that they made there in connection with the sub judice rule bars references in debates as well as motions, including motions for leave to bring in bills and questions, including supplementary questions, to matters awaiting or under adjudication in all courts exercising a criminal jurisdiction from the moment the law is set in motion by a charge being made to the time when verdict and sentence have been announced, and even again when an appeal is filed until the appeal is decided. Mr. Speaker, there could be no more clearer statement of the law in relation to sub judice in criminal proceedings, and we have that to apply when we are dealing with these matters. And in view of the litigation that is going on, criminal litigation, it is important then that, consistent with what you had read, ruled in relation to civil proceedings, which has even a greater space, I feel that this must be considered to the extent of ensuring that we do not have comments. We must ensure that we do not have anything from this motion that is going to substantially risk prejudicing the proceedings against the honorable member. Criminal proceedings are extraordinarily sensitive issues. Very sensitive issues to the there have been courts of law which have ruled that by virtue of the publicity given in relation to matters even pre and during the trial, that could quash a conviction. And so it is important then that the sub judice rule here is applied to the extent that this motion is disqualified. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Member, I note your observation. I allow this motion on the order paper because this motion calls into consideration the Honorable Member's conduct as chairperson of the Public Accounts Committee. As far as I know, and having read this motion, the motion deals with removal of the Honorable Member as chairperson of the Public Accounts Committee. Honorable Attorney General, I see you're chomping at the bit. Would you like to make a contribution?
Sir, under the Constitution of our country, which is the supreme law, Parliament has the authority to regulate its own procedure and business. What this motion seeks to do, Mr. Speaker, is to bring some measure of censure against a member whose conduct has been impugned in a component of this assembly in the Public Accounts Committee. This Parliament, Your Honor, this National Assembly, the outer assembly, has a duty to ensure that there is order, that there is decorum, and there is rectitude in the behavior of members in all the organs of this House. And the Constitution has given the Parliament that autonomy to regulate its own business and its own procedure. And judges over the years have always drawn a distinction and have refrained deliberately as a matter of law and as a matter of judicial comity from interfering with the business of Parliament once Parliament is conducting its intramural affairs. One decision of the court describes the process as that. This motion, Your Honor, mentions nothing about any charge, about Mr. Patterson's, whatever it is that he's charged with, the Honorable Member. Whatever charge he is facing, this motion has absolutely no relevance, no connection, no nexus, makes no reference whatsoever. My learned friend, the Honorable Mr. Ramjatan, correctly pointed out to us on the last occasion that we must not use the sub judice principle to subvert and preclude and prevent this House from conducting its business. And that principle applies here. It did not apply in the case in which Mr. Ramjatan wanted it to apply, because in that case, the issue that was before this House was the identical issue that was before the High Court. Mr. Patterson's criminal culpability is not the subject of this motion. Mr. Patterson's criminal culpability is the subject of the criminal proceedings. So they are disparate and different issues. And we cannot contaminate them, sir, for the very reason that Mr. Ramjatan advocated on the last occasion, lest Parliament will not be able to conduct its affairs by the mere plea of the sub judice principle. And this is a very appropriate case, sir, where Mr. Ramjatan's arguments last Thursday is applicable. And I invoke those arguments, sir. And I persuade Your Honor that there is nothing in this motion that collides, intersects, or interfere with Mr. Patterson's criminal charge, and therefore this motion, Your Honor, as Your Honor had properly placed it on the order paper, should proceed to be debated. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Attorney General. Before we proceed with the contributions to this motion, let me just remind honorable members that we are still live all over the world and we're still under the COVID protocols. and I see on all sides of the house the masks are down below the noses, as if we are thumbing our noses at the same regulations we've put in place for other people. Please, if we want to speak with our masks off, we have the podiums, right? Honorable Minister Teixeira, you may begin.
I know the night is late, but this is an important issue this House will be debating, is whether it will tolerate and accept a member of Parliament who violates the standing orders, does not listen to the Speaker or the Clerk, and continues to believe that he or she is impervious to the rules of this House. Why is this motion even here? Why did it reach this level? And I think that's what we have to start off with. Why did this motion have to come here? Motions are brought in Parliament, in standing committees, and it is always normal that a motion is brought. Sometimes it's not controversial, sometimes it is, and the chairman has to put it to a vote. Whether it involves him or anybody else, that is his duty as the chairperson. The standing orders make it very clear, and in fact, the standing orders in our Parliament does not give the Speaker nor a chairman of a committee a vote, except in the case of a chairman of a committee or chairperson of a committee where there are equal votes. Otherwise, the chairperson doesn't have a vote either. How did we get to this point? And it's a long story. It's a saga that we shouldn't be proud of in our National Assembly. That an issue is brought up in a committee. I will come to that. Patience, my dear, patience. I have 30 minutes plus 10. You don't. So, Mr. Speaker, we have a saga, a story to tell in this House that we should all feel ashamed of as MPs. Because ultimately, we have disagreement of views. We have sharp views. We disagree on many issues. But the one thing we're supposed to uphold, two things actually, the Constitution and the standing orders. And the point is that some of us were MPs under the former Speaker, and some of us had sharp differences with him. But when he gave the orders, whether you liked it or not, you complied. Because that's the rule. That's the rule. And so, Mr. Speaker, the issue is that the Public Accounts Committee represents, it is named in the Constitution as one of the standing committees of the Parliament. It names the Committee of Appointment, the Public Accounts Committee, the Standing Committee to Oversight the Security Services, etc., security sector. It gives the powers to the Auditor General, it gives the powers to the Public Accounts Committee. In all democratic countries and in all democratic parliaments, the Public Accounts Committee is a very powerful organization that oversights government and oversights former governments as well as present governments, existing governments. That is what it's supposed to do. And there must be a situation where people have confidence, including committee members, in the persons who are members of that committee. The motion gives details so that for those of you who are not members of the Public Accounts Committee, that you would have some sense of how things progressed this is not a rash move on my part to bring a motion here to the House. This story started before February 1st when the motion was put by me. The issue was that from the time the Public Accounts Committee was formed, each chairman has their own style. Each chairman, obviously, or chairperson has their own style. But the issue, we began to see a behavior in the Public Accounts Committee from the very beginning that led us to believe that the gentleman who was chairing was not being fair and was not being balanced and was not giving us a hearing. And so, Mr. Speaker, I ask you for protection. Mr. Speaker,
Honorable members, I revert to a ruling by a speaker in this House with respect to the cry of shame, and it is there in rulings of the speaker. Honorable Minister, just bear with me 1 minute. I hear challenges with respect to the observation and the decision of the speaker. I trust that we don't have to invoke, yes, more standing orders to this effect. Honorable Member Mr. Duncan, please. And Honorable Minister, just bear with me. I'm just referring to that ruling. On interruptions, it was a ruling made on the standing order number 40, interruptions. And this is what it says. Further, and I quote, further, the 21st edition of our Sky May has the following, among other things, to say about members not speaking. Members must not disturb a member who is speaking by hissing, chanting, clapping, booing, exclamations, or other interruptions. And we go back over 300 years. On the 22nd of January, 1693, it was resolved that Mr. Speaker do call upon a member by name making such disturbance, and that such person shall incur the displeasure and censure of the House. I highlight the words that were put in bold: cry of shame. A gross form of interruption by loud cries of shame has been strongly condemned by the Speaker. And honorable members, while we're going to say about 300 years and certain principles, there are certain time-tested principles for order and conduct in houses all around the world. So please, I once again ask that we allow the Honorable Minister to make her presentation. Thank you. Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the issue of a motion like this, whilst it is rare, it is allowed, and it happens in other parliaments. And so, Mr. Speaker, the issue of the Parliament coming to this National Assembly with a motion basically of censure. It's a motion that is calling to censor a member who has not upheld the standing orders and in fact refused to follow the standing orders as guided by the Speaker and the Chairman. And certainly, Mr. Speaker, that cannot bode well for this National Assembly, where people believe that they can do what they want outside of this House, inside this House, in committee, and get away with it. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, we will descend into chaos and total lawlessness in this Parliament. Total lawlessness, as we saw on the last day of Parliament on March the 4th. Mr. Speaker, there are a number of cases of committee chairpersons who have been removed in various Commonwealth parliaments because on a number of grounds. What is interesting, you can't find cases, many cases of them, reaching the National Assembly or the legislature. And the reason why that is the case is because these matters of removing a chair of a standing committee or even a member is handled within the committee themselves in accordance with the standing orders. This did not happen, and over a period from February 1st to now, there has been no movement to abide by the standing orders. Mr. Speaker, what is the crux of this issue is that our friends on the other side have tried to say that this is a matter, as someone said, I'm wicked. Well, I am wicked if I stand up for the standing orders. I accept that accusation if I'm the one who believes I should stand up for the standing orders. So call me wicked all you want. I am wicked. I am wicked. I stand for the standing orders of this House. So go ahead, Mr. Duncan, have your fun. The second issue is that Mr. Speaker, is that when the Public Accounts Committee began, we have had, it's my right to speak, by the way, we had discussions on a number of matters. We went into the 2016 Auditor General's report. And I wish to remind the members of this House that the Auditor General's report is a public document posted on a public website, brought into this House, certainly not sub judice. In that, when we were going through the Auditor General's report, there were issues raised by various members, including those on our side, which were soundly and frequently put down by the Speaker, by the chairperson. There was a lack of tolerance to allow things to be dealt with. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, on February the 1st, I am the one called on the chairperson to resign, as that it was not appropriate that he continue as the chairman of the Public Accounts Committee. He refused to resign, and I further then put into motion what I said I was going to do, and I was calling for his resignation as chairman of the Public Accounts Committee, and that another member of opposition could take the seat of the chair. I don't have to have a ground. The issue is, you don't have to have a ground. Mr. Speaker, the problem with our friends on that side is they don't read the standing orders, and therefore you're unfamiliar with it. I do not have to, if I wish to, state. The problem for the opposition is that they have 4 members, one of which who is the chairman and doesn't have a vote. The government has 5 members, and that has been the case throughout. So I have heard comments from the other side that they didn't do this when the former chairperson was there. Why didn't you? You had the majority. You could have done it. I can't answer for you, but I think you know that the former chairperson was not guilty of any charges, as the courts proved when they dismissed the charges against him. You knew at that time that those were fake and constructed charges.
Honourable Minister, just keep the address to the Speaker rather than you.
I'm answering Mrs. Public and in the committee, and that I've already answered that issue. Mr. Speaker, the issue is that a member of a committee can move a motion to have a member or chairperson removed, and the chairperson has to put the motion to the vote. The problem was that in this committee, under this chairman, what vindicated my move to move a motion against the chairperson was his behavior after the attempt to bring the motion. That it was clearly one as captured later on in the letter of the Speaker to the member. But, Mr. Speaker, we brought the clerk in. The clerk advised us. And on the clerk leaving the room, the member left the chair and didn't put the motion. This was February the 1st. Mr. Speaker, the meeting was aborted. We then went to the next meeting, which wasn't called for over a month, and the motion was not on the order paper. This issue was again one that called the clerk back in. The clerk advised that the motion had not been addressed in February 1st, and it needed to be put and dealt with in the committee. We had to move a motion to amend the standing order paper to bring in the motion. As soon as the chairman left, again the chairperson moved from the chair. The opposition members refused to take the seat, and therefore, again, we were in confusion. Mr. Speaker, there are witnesses and the minutes of the Public Accounts Committee. There are witnesses that are members of the Public Accounts Committee, both elected and non-elected, as well as the clerk, who is the custodian and the advisor to us on the standing orders. Mr. Speaker, worse yet, having not been satisfied that he hadn't put the motion, we had to bring a motion to put the motion on the agenda. Having done that, he then deliberately, the chairperson deliberately, then refused to deal with the motion and went to all the other issues, even though we kept trying to move that the motion be put to the vote. Again, that was March the 15th. But probably one of the worst things that happened was that the member then summoned a meeting. There were several that were cancelled, called off, but when the meeting was supposed to happen in April, when he did call a meeting in April, the honourable member then asterisked my motion for his removal. And he was advised by the clerk and by the Speaker that he could not do that. The standing orders make it very clear that it is only the mover of the motion who can ask for the motion to be asterisked, or that someone acting on their behalf, or that it is done so by other means, such as a motion to asterisk it. Mr. Speaker, you wrote a letter to the honourable member pointing out precedents in the Canadian Parliament, the House of Commons. In addition to that, you also advised the member that he did not have the authority, one, to asterisk the motion, two, he had no authority to prevent the motion from going forward and being put and finally decided on. And when I say this in the Public Accounts Committee, the opposition member are delighted and giggle with delight that I have been around a while and I've never seen this behavior in any committee, in any legislative assembly that I've been in over the years. They find this deliciously upsetting. And so the fact that this behavior, and I'm going on record, I've been called old and I should be out of this parliament, there's no place for me in these meetings. But I am old, yes, and I accept it, because seniority and expertise and wisdom sometimes comes with age. And therefore, the issue of the member was advised, the chairperson was advised that he had no right to put an asterisk on my motion, and that in fact the Speaker wrote that this act was a gross violation of the standing orders, and I'm quoting from the Speaker, and is tantamount to bullyism. And the Speaker went on, I will not sit idly by and allow members of the parliamentary committees to be bullied by chairpersons. I will intervene. The Speaker went on to say, I remind you that a parliamentary committee is a microcosm of the National Assembly. And further, Standing Order 48.1 states that, save otherwise, provided in the Constitution or in the standing orders, all questions proposed for decision in the Assembly or in the committee shall be determined by a majority of the votes of the elected members there are present voting. He goes on to say to the honourable member, therefore, in accordance with the Standing Order 48.1 and per precedence in the Canadian Parliament cited earlier, you are compelled to put the motion. That letter is dated May the 3rd. And Mr. Speaker, I may have thought several times between February 1st and the period before I brought this motion, which was in the early part of June, that maybe the honourable member, who I've known for quite a while, who over the years I've even had a reasonably cordial relationship with, that maybe he would think again and realize that to keep his dignity intact and his integrity intact as a chairperson, that it may be wisest for him to resign. Unfortunately, wisdom has not been upheld. And as a result of waiting from February 1st, March, April, May, I decided, as seeing no movement from the member, no acknowledgement, no attempt to call the meeting of the committee to put the motion on the table, that I felt that there was a hopeless cause, there was no possibility of retrieving the situation, and therefore the motion should be brought. So I want people to understand, it is not with delight that I bring this motion. It is one that I'm bringing because it is serious. It is a serious matter when the clerk gets a legal advice to help us make a decision in relation to the matters before the committee. And that legal opinion is acquired, as requested by us, to be by a person who is not politically aligned. And that person, that lawyer, brings a document, sends a document in which is shared by us, which of course is spoken of with great derision by the members on the opposition side. And in fact, just as an aside, when Sanjeev Dattatan, Member of Parliament, was asked by the clerk for some guidance on the meeting of March the 15th, he was shouted down that he was a politically interested person. So that is when the decision was taken to bring someone who was not politically aligned. Ironically, after that, the opposition brought a legal opinion from guess who? Mr. Ramjatan, who is an interested person, who is a politically aligned person. But that nuance, that nuance did not influence the members on the other side. Mr. Speaker, the standing orders allow for the chairman of the Public Accounts Committee to be a member of the opposition. And I wish to remind us here that the opposition is made up of two sets of political parties. The APNU-AFC coalition and the LJP representing the joiner groups. And therefore, The opposition doesn't necessarily mean one party over another or vice versa. You can't have it both ways, my dear. In addition to that, Mr. Speaker, in addition to that, the legal opinion of the lawyers was that were the committee to be unable to meet because the chairman was not in the seat, nor was he calling the motion to be put, and where such situations occurred, that in fact the Public Accounts Committee could elect a chairperson for each single day until the matter is resolved. And so Standing Order 95-4 was a clause that was put in by the Standing Order Committee several years ago to ensure that if for any reason a chairperson was not in the place, sick, overseas, or for any other reason, that a temporary chairperson could be elected for the day. Mr. Speaker, we have gone through many interpretations of the standing orders, and one of the things that has to be held is that the Public Accounts Committee is an important body that needs to meet. I have heard the opposition say, members on the APNU AFC ticket, that this is an attempt to not deal with the Public Auditor General's report. Mr. Speaker, how absurd and bizarre a comment that is. We are dealing with 2016 audit report. 2017 is waiting, 2018 is waiting, and 2019. And later this year, the Auditor General will bring the 2020 Auditor General's report. These are the years of the APNU AFC coalition. And therefore, we are not being allowed. We're not being allowed in the Public Accounts Committee to review the Auditor General's report on his findings in the Auditor General's report. We still have most of 2016 to deal with. So when my honourable member over there blithely says that we are trying to stymie an examination of the public accounts, who is trying to stymie the accounts? The opposition who doesn't want to follow the standing orders, who doesn't want to obey the standing orders, who doesn't want to have a meeting of the committee because the motion would have to be put and they're terrified of what will happen? That is the way in which you defend the public accounts of this country? No, you don't. And so, Mr. Speaker, the members of this House have been advised, and the members of the Public Accounts Committee have received all sorts of documents from the clerk about the issue that, that the decisions of the committee, they don't have to have a notice to move a motion in committee. They know that. They know that. The standing orders make it clear. Mr. Speaker, if I had any doubts in March or April, that I no longer have doubts. I no longer have doubts that the honourable member has disobeyed the Speaker of the House. He has showed total disrespect for the Speaker, the Clerk, and this National Assembly. And the fact that he's used every subterfuge to ensure that the motion isn't put. If we're in another environment, Mr. Speaker, I would probably say that the person doesn't have courage. Because you face many adversities at times, and sometimes it's the leader who has the courage. This leader has no courage. There's a motion against him, and he has used every single attempt to avoid it being put, including removing the seat from the, going away from the chair of this, and sitting in the room and not being part of the committee. Mr. Speaker, everything that has happened from February 1st to now, including today, has made me very clear that, as the Speaker said, this is a level of bullyism in our Parliament, in our National Assembly, and that we are not going to accept it and tolerate it. Be it resolved, Mr. Speaker, that the honourable member's conduct as chairperson of the Public Accounts Committee with respect to his open violation of the standing orders, among other things, in particular, since February 1st, the majority of the members of the Public Accounts Committee have lost confidence in him as the chairperson of the Public Accounts Committee. Be it further resolved that this National Assembly approves the removal of Mr. David Patterson as the chairperson of the Public Accounts Committee. This motion is very serious, and I want to ask you, and particularly the honourable member, Mr. Patterson, to recognize that he will never ever be able to be chairman of the Public Accounts Committee once this motion passes. This is a very serious form of censure, and therefore you can laugh and you can smirk and you can giggle. But a resolution in the House is binding until it is changed and amended by another motion and by another resolution. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Now invite the next contributor, the Honourable Member, Ms. Jarita Fernandez.
Thank you. Whenever you're ready, sir. Ready? Thank you. Mr. Speaker, everyone knows a bluff when we hear one. Yes. Mr. Speaker, we were all just subjected to listen to an argument that can only be viewed as a desperate attempt to make sense out of something that is inexplicable. An argument that tries to justify the unjustifiable. The Honourable Gail Teixeira stood here before us and spoke for half an hour. And every listening ear knows that she attempted to bluff this nation into believing that there is a justifiable reason for the motion that she is bringing before this House today. Mr. Speaker, the members in this House from the PAC, the Public Accounts Committee, was in utter shock a few minutes ago when the Honourable Member Gail Teixeira attempted to justify her motion by saying that Mr. David Patterson was not being fair. I say this to the people of Guyana. The Honourable Member is a stranger to the truth. Mr. Speaker, from day one of this 12th Parliament, the PPP has been coming to this House and speaking for hours without having any logic to their arguments. Earlier today, in this very House, this nation was subjected to listening to certain ministers of government standing one by one and reluctantly responding to questions in the most vague and condescending manner about the taxpayers' dollars that they are spending. This is what we are subjected to, Mr. Speaker. Not their money, the people's money. The PPP is spending taxpayers' dollars as if they are taking it out of their own bank accounts. Mr. Speaker, no wonder I'm standing here right now to debate a motion that seeks to remove the chairman of the Public Accounts Committee. Because, Mr. Speaker, because it is a fact that the PPP will try everything in their power to stymie the work of the Public Accounts Committee, a committee that is set up to scrutinize the way in which government spend taxpayers' dollars. This is because, Mr. Speaker, the PPP detests scrutiny, and this is the fact. Today I stand before the people of Guyana to make this presentation. Tonight, rather, because we are here. What time is it? This morning. It's 12:15, right? Around that. Today, we listen to the PPP, and tonight I stand before you to make this presentation. Before you, the people of Guyana, not before the PPP, for this is a fight that will not be won in this house. Today, Guyanese will see the results of the PPP in power. Today, you will see an act of tyranny against the people of Guyana. Today, the PPP representatives in this house will cast a vote, one which will remove any doubt that may linger in the minds of Guyanese of their brutal vendetta to rule our country with an iron fist. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Gail Teixeira brings a motion to this floor with 16 clauses of utter nonsense. Not one of the 16 clauses gives a valid reason or any reason at all why the PPP believes that Mr. Patterson should not chair the Public Accounts Committee. I can tell you this. Clause 2 states, following certain exposures during the examination of the 2016 Auditor General's report. Mr. Speaker, this reminds me of a photo that is being circulated on Facebook, with a police officer in uniform with the words "Police Crest" written on the back. Mr. Speaker, the same way we are to imagine what the police crest looks like, the same way the honorable member wants us to imagine what are these exposures that she are referring to in this motion, Mr. Speaker. This motion lacks substance. Mr. Speaker, if we are to use our imagination, given the fact that this motion did not specify any particular issues raised at the level of the PAC while examining the Ministry of Public Infrastructure's report for 2016. And given the fact, Mr. Speaker, I want you to hear me on this one. I want the Guyanese people to hear me on this one. And given the fact that the accounting officer at that time, the person responsible for the spendings at that ministry, was none other than the permanent secretary that the APN UAFC inherited from the PPP government, Mr. Speaker. And we did not fire him at that time. Are we to interpret this motion to be saying that as a minister of government, once your ministry has had an audit query, regardless of the nature of the query, then you should not sit as a chair of the PAC? Because that is what is being implied here, Mr. Speaker, and it is as ludicrous as it sounds. Because it will immediately disqualify every former minister from ever chairing that committee. You know why, Mr. Speaker? Because every ministry have audit queries. Not one is exempted from audit queries, Mr. Speaker. With this motion before the House, are we now to look at every current chairman of the various standing committees and do a check for all those who were ministers before? And once their ministry had an audit query under their stewardship, they should be disqualified from chairing that standing committee. Mr. Speaker, I have never heard of such madness before in any other parliament. Today, amidst the shouting across the floor, there will be a deafening silence when the members of the PPP will spinelessly vote to remove the chairman of the PAC with absolutely no merit except to fulfill their mission to misuse and abuse the privilege of their fraudulent majority in this House, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member, you will have to withdraw the word fraudulent because you will have to provide me with some proof.
I am so guided, sir. I am so guided, sir. Misuse and abuse their privilege given to this installed government, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the main purpose of the Public Accounts Committee is to scrutinize government spendings. How then is it conceivable for the government to control who sits as the chairman of that committee? The very fact that this motion is being debated on this floor today is a dangerous precedent for every parliament in the Commonwealth moving forward. Mr. Speaker, the fifth whereas clause of this motion speaks of the clerk of the National Assembly consulting with the regional groups of clerks for advice on how to proceed with the motion that was tabled at the level of the PAC. The clerk of the National Assembly did indeed report that he consulted with other clerks of the various parliaments within the Commonwealth, and what was most astonishing, Mr. Speaker, was the fact that there was not a single other instance in which any sitting government, installed or otherwise, brought a motion of no confidence to remove the chairman of the Public Accounts Committee. Not once. Not once. Nowhere else have there ever been a cabal that is so bold in their pursuit of greed. Every other parliament in the Commonwealth respects the principles of oversight by the PAC. But today, the PPP has dragged us to a new low. When they come to this House, to the listening people of this country, with a vindictive and sanctimonious motion to remove the chairman of the Public Accounts Committee. What more do we need to see as a people to understand that we are living in dangerous times? This is a time for national scrutiny. This is a time for all public servants to become the gatekeepers of our democracy. Today, we will see the blatant strong arm in this House to avoid oversight. This is the PPP. Today, we see the PPP bringing us to a level. As a matter of fact, we see this motion. This motion is thin ice on a dark lake. Another step by the PPP to make Guyana sink into unknown waters. Mr. Speaker, the PPP comes to this House and stands before us in a desperate attempt to justify an act of maliciousness, an act of destruction, an act that is tantamount to bullyism against this House and the people of Guyana. This motion lacks integrity. It is unjustifiable for any sitting government anywhere in the Commonwealth to abuse their privileged majority to achieve ultimate control at the expense of taxpayers' dollars. This is an act of dictatorship. This is a height of madness that we are subjected to under the PPP. And this is not about the government and the opposition. This is about the people of Guyana. This is an act against the people of Guyana. This is an act against taxpayers. This is the level of vindictiveness that the PPP, each and every last one of you, is willing to come here tonight and do. Mr. Speaker, political vindictiveness has taken a new form in the shape of this motion. Today we see a cabal that is so blinded by greed that they have little to no concern about the far-reaching implications of such a motion. The installed government in Guyana is setting a precedence that they should be forced to face when they are back in the opposition benches where they belong, because this country deserves better. The PSC is there to guard against any form of corrupt practices. And we all know how important this committee is, Mr. Speaker, especially under the PPP regime. Mr. Speaker, may I remind this House that it was under the PPP that Transparency International ranked Guyana among the most corrupt countries in this world. The coalition worked exceedingly hard to bring this country out of that hole and restore us to a sense of national pride where corruption is concerned. And the efforts of that were shown under the coalition when Guyana receives the lowest ranking from Transparency International with regards to corruption. These are the facts. Go look it up. Yet today, Mr. Speaker, those very people who headed departments and agencies before they were brought back and installed into offices by the PPP and their regime, those persons are not now back in offices, managing and being the stewards again in the various departments and ministries. How then do we expect to be ranked again by Transparency International? This is the blueprint of the PPP. Mr. Speaker, in the few short months that this regime has been installed, the media doesn't have to go and look for a story anymore, because every single day the story is coming to us. Every single day the story is coming to us, Mr. Speaker. In 10 months, this country has had the fuel rackets at Guyana. We've seen COVID cash grants in the most discriminatory manner. We've seen the government trying to justify the mass firing of workers at GWI, confusion at GPL. Regional tender boards are being used to fill the pockets of the PPP's friends and family. We've had quarry mining racket, and we cannot forget the Gaisuko racket, Mr. Speaker. Confusion in every sector, and the PPP has the gall to come to this House and bring a motion to remove the chairman of the PAC. We are in dire need of scrutiny in these ministries, if anything else. This parliament should be securing the chairman of the PAC because his oversight is needed now more than ever, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the PPP ran around this country shouting words of democracy. But that was only because it was convenient to them at the time. That was only because it sounded good to them back then. But there is no group in this country, there is absolutely no group in this country that detests democracy more than the PPP. Why else would they be here right now trampling on the very principles that was put there to safeguard democracy? Mr. Speaker, the standing order states that the chairman of the PAC must come from the main opposition. There is no prerequisite for that person to be liked by the government. That is why, Mr. Speaker, that That is why the last chairperson of the PAC had 19 fraud charges. Could you believe, Mr. Speaker, that the same set of people that repose confidence in a man with 19 fraud charges is coming to this house right now to remove a man with 18 charges short? This is the hypocrisy of the PPP. In the few short months that this regime has been in office, they have been hunting down all the persons that worked for them prior to 2015. And the more charges you have, the better your chances are of working with them again. Every sector has rehired a person with charges against their name. And the more charges you have, the higher the position you are being offered. And the PPP wants to come here to act self-righteous tonight, Mr. Speaker. Not here, not today. Take that somewhere else, man. Take it somewhere else. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Gail Teixeira, the mover of this motion, started her political life 11 years before I was born. The honorable member is a career politician, and I find it strange that after all those years of service, I would be reading a motion with 15 whereas clauses that makes absolutely no sense coming from such an experienced politician. This makes me wonder, Mr. Speaker, this makes me wonder, at what point do we think of legacy and purpose in our lives? Imagine after shouting, democracy, 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 this said person submits a motion to this parliament, a motion that will be left in the records of this house long after she is gone. This person submits such a motion that tramples on the very concept of democracy, Mr. Speaker. This is indeed the dark days, when we are at the point where people are not the least bit concerned about the legacy that they will be leaving behind. This is a sad day for this country. This motion gives no reason. This motion gives no reason because there is no reason to give. It is malicious, it is vindictive, it is the definition of the PPP. Mr. Speaker, today the state newspaper reported that should the motion succeed, Patterson could possibly be replaced by Lennox Schumann, the leader of the minority opposition and deputy speaker of the National Assembly. That's what was reported, I'm quoting directly. So this regime now wants to put their employee, the Honorable Lennox Schumann, to chair the committee that scrutinizes them. Government scrutinizing government. That is the textbook definition of dictatorship, Mr. Speaker. Having established that the motion is baseless, we must judge for ourselves what's the real motive behind it all. Why is the PPP so afraid of David Patterson? Mr. Speaker, after the 2015 election, David Patterson was entrusted with the Ministry of Public Infrastructure. And for the first time in the history of Guyana, we saw real transformation within the ministry. Throughout the length and breadth of Guyana, every region was looked after under the stewardship of David Patterson. Development was so much, Mr. Speaker. Development was so much that the PPP's bottom house slogan was, "You can't eat road." Could you believe that? Could you believe that the only criticism that they could have brought against David Patterson was that he was building too much roads? The fear of David Patterson is real for the PPP. They know he understands the working of the Public Accounts Committee thoroughly. They know that he is their worst nightmare as chairman of that committee. So they come here today to abuse the system to force him out. The PPP fears David Patterson. Mr. Speaker, and the people of this country, I want to say this to you. We all know what the PPP is up to. We all know what steps they are taking and where they want to go. Mr. Speaker, I take no pleasure in announcing to the people of Guyana that kleptocracy is back. Our country is being run by an installed cabal of kleptocrats. The leader of the Alliance for Change, the Honorable Kemraj Ramjatan, coined a term that he often uses to describe the PPP. The term is control freakism. And this motion, Mr. Speaker, is the definition of that term. For the extremity of this act is nothing short of controlled freakism. The PPP cannot speak to anyone about democracy while bringing such an undemocratic motion to this House tonight. This power-hungry regime wants to drag this country into a state of dictatorship. And they have successfully checked off so many boxes to cement their goals and to achieve a dictatorial state. Mr. Speaker, the honorable member isn't wired properly. He's missing a link between his brain and his mouth. Mr. Speaker, Guyana is heading to a state of emergency as we speak. This country is experiencing a flood like never before. The president declared the flood a national disaster. Public servants are yet to receive a pay increase. Cost of living is skyrocketing. People are starving in this country. Mr. Speaker, a woman shared her story with me. Her name is Padmini. Padmini is a single mother of 2 girls, and she was fired by this installed regime. She cried when she was telling me the story that she spent an entire weekend with absolutely nothing to feed her children. She went to the point that she considered suicide, Mr. Speaker. This is what our country has been dragged to under the PPP. Her story is just one of thousands, Mr. Speaker. And with all this happening in our country, Mr. Speaker, with everything happening, the main concern of the PPP is who chairs the Public Accounts Committee. We are here in the morning hours because they do not care about these things. Their main concern is we must decide who chairs this committee, because if we can control who chairs this committee, then we can have our own way. This is the PPP. This is an insult to all Guyanese, and the people of this country must never forget it. May Guyanese never forget tonight, when the people of this country are struggling to survive under this regime, they come to this National Assembly to remove the chairman of the PAC so that they can keep the poor people of this country punishing with mismanagement. Mr. Speaker, this is the nature of the beast. This is the PPP. And while the poor people of this country is left to scramble for scraps, the members of this installed regime is living large off of our labor, making billion-dollar deals, nothing to benefit the people of this country. They couldn't care less about the needs of Guyanese. While the flood waters are displacing persons from all parts of Guyana, even the flood relief hampers are being treated as if it's a personal initiative from the PPP. The cruelty displayed in the distribution exercise is enough to crawl your skin. And with all this, Mr. Speaker, the PPP comes here today to receive an additional $10 billion while simultaneously bringing a motion to remove the chairman of the PAC. This is a state of anarchy. Today, Mr. Speaker, today I say to the taxpayers of this country, the PPP wants to control the Public Accounts Committee because our money is being squandered. This regime will do anything in its power to continue the lawlessness that they practiced prior to 2050, and they are continuing to practice now. But today, Mr. Speaker, the people of this country will have access to information like never before. The APN-UFC coalition made sure that every region in this country is connected. So the skullduggery that took place prior to 2050 will never, ever, ever happen again in 2021, Mr. Speaker. Today, the PPP seek to assert control of the PAC. But today, the Public Accounts Committee will be further empowered by the general public.
Honorable member, you have a minute to conclude. 1 minute to conclude.
Today, the PPP seek to assert control of the PAC. Today, the Public Accounts Committee will further be empowered, however, by the general public, and every effort by the PPP to raid the coffers of this country will be brought to light, for there is no place for this installed regime to hide. As you listen to the heckles across the floor, Mr. Speaker, the misplaced confidence of the PPP, but those hecklers seem to forget the power of the masses. And they will be reminded of that power when the oppressed, the victimized, and the marginalized will rise up and exercise their constitutional right to remove them. And that movement will be so grand, Mr. Speaker, that there will be nothing that could help the PPP, not their powerful friends or anything else. Mr. Speaker, in closing, I say, regimes big and small, elected or installed, as history has shown it, at the day of reckoning will soon come. For this malicious motion and the dictatorial action that will follow from the PPP will not be successful in blinding the eyes of the Guyanese people. And the APN-UFC coalition will continue to expose the corruption of this regime, because Guyanese, we beg and we got sense.
Thank you, honorable member. Thank you, honorable member. I now call on
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minister of Public Works.
Mr. Speaker, I rise on a point of order, and I did give the honorable member the benefit of completing her statement. 41, content of speeches, I'd like to bring to your attention. 4 and 6. It shall be out of order for the use of offensive and insulting language about members of the Assembly. And at 6, no member shall impute improper motive to any member of the National Assembly. And Mr. Speaker, I sat here and I would like that while this debate is a serious one, that we don't get into the gutter with the insultive language that was reported to my colleagues, use of language like nonsense, which is unparliamentary. It is
Honorable Minister, I wouldn't uphold your point of order at this time.
All right.
Let us continue to listen.
Good.
I now invite the honorable member, Dr. Vishwa Mahadio, to make his contribution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I listened for the last 30 minutes, and I found only about 3 minutes of the member's presentation refer to the motion. The rest of it, Mr. Speaker, was all over the place, as if there was no target to which she aimed, to which the honourable member aimed. But, Mr. Speaker, I will still address a few of the issues that the honourable member raised. I want to remind this honourable House that democracy returned to Guyana in 1992. Again, it was stifled. It was stifled after the no confidence vote, and it was through hard struggle. And because the people of Guyana stood up, again, we are in a democratic state, and democracy will prevail, and no bullyism is going to prevent that from happening. Not under our watch, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, the honourable member said something about the day of reckoning. Well, the day of reckoning was the 2nd of March, 2020. Mr. Speaker, talking about records and setting records. Well, if we have no confidence in the chairman of the Public Accounts Committee, and that should be a committee in which everyone in and out of Guyana has confidence, then we need to vote on it, we need to discuss it. But if you want to talk about records, Mr. Speaker, what about the record for the number of days after which a no confidence motion was moved to the date of elections? What about the record for the number of days that passed between the day of election and the final announcement of results? Mr. Speaker, those are records that Guyana would bow its head for. Mr. Speaker, talking about kleptocracy, well, don't know what to say about that. Who talking about it? Mr. Speaker, again, I'm saying that the PAC should have confidence in the chairman. The entire committee should have confidence. And we have never said that we want a chairman from the PPP, Civic, or any other person. It must come from the main opposition party. And what am I hearing? Am I hearing that there is no one else in the main opposition who could be a good, eligible chairman or chairperson of the Public Accounts Committee? Then the people of Guyana is being given a lot of news. Mr. Speaker, where is justifiable reason for motion? Mr. Speaker, let me quote from a document that was given to us by the Speaker after the chairman of the Public Accounts Committee decided by himself that he, the honorable chairman, would remove an item or put an asterisk on an item on the agenda. I am quoting from a document that was shared to every member of the Public Accounts Committee. I wish to state that the chairperson of a committee does not have the authority to place an asterisk against a member's motion. Only the mover of the motion or another member duly authorized by that member may move that the consideration of the motion be deferred. Yet, the chairman of the Public Accounts Committee took that on himself and made no change up for that. Mr. Speaker, I continue, quoting again, I wish to suggest, and this document is addressed to Mr. David Patterson, MP, Chairman of the Public Accounts Committee. And the Speaker is advising, I wish to suggest that you familiarize yourself with our standing orders and other parliamentary procedures in order to enhance your chairmanship of the Public Accounts Committee. Your action of placing an asterisk against a member's motion is a gross violation of the standing orders and is tantamount to bullyism. As Speaker of the National Assembly, I will not sit idly by and allow members of parliamentary committees to be bullied by chairpersons. I will intervene. I remind you that the parliamentary committee is a microcosm of the National Assembly. Mr. Speaker, if my mind wasn't made up before, it was made up after this piece of advice that we received from you. And in addition to that, you had attached documents to support your position. Mr. Speaker, I have been in several committees and in and out of Parliament. I've chaired some of them myself. And Mr. Speaker, it is the first time that I encountered something like this, where the clerk is called to provide advice to the committee, and then the advice is thrown out. As soon as the clerk walks out, it seems as if the clerk walks out with his advice. Mr. Speaker, in addition to that, advice is sought from a politically neutral attorney. The advice comes because maybe because it did not meet or was to the satisfaction of the chairman of the committee. It was never discussed. It was never passed and voted on, whether we agreed with it or whether we did not agree with it. Yet, another piece of advice that was unsolicited by the committee was brought in and put in front of members. Mr. Speaker, that is unacceptable to me. Mr. Speaker, a motion is brought to the committee, and there are a million reasons why this motion should not be put. A lot of shenanigans. Mr. Speaker, maybe the chairman the chairman knew that the clerk of the committee knew her maths and knew how to count, and she knows what is a half of a number. And this is why he was afraid to put it. 33 is bigger than 32. Mr. Speaker, the motion is put on the agenda, it's put on asterisk, it disappears from the agenda. It was like our chairman was a Houdini, making things appear and disappear. Mr. Speaker, what I gleaned from all that went on over the last few months was that if something does not suit the chairman of the committee, it has no place in the Public Accounts Committee. Mr. Speaker, such a chairman, I do not need, I have no confidence in, and I will not support. Mr. Speaker, plain and simply put, why was this motion not being put? What was the chairman afraid of? Why is this desperate need to hold on to the position of chairman of the Public Accounts Committee? Because it seems as if this is a life and death matter. Mr. Speaker, I don't know what motive is there, sinister or otherwise, to hold on to this position at all costs, not even entertaining a discussion on it. So, Mr. Speaker, we had to take this path to come here, to put it to the entire House, to put it to the nation of Guyana, and we will decide, because my constituents have been asking me, why do we have Mr. Patterson, honorable member, as the chairman of the Public Accounts Committee? And I will listen to my constituents. Mr. Speaker, we have listened to the people, and like I said, democracy has returned to Guyana. And once again, Mr. Speaker, once again, we will see democracy prevail. Mr. Speaker, I support the motion by my honorable colleague, Honorable Gail Teixeira, and I call for the removal of Mr. Patterson as chairman of the Public Accounts Committee. Thank you.
I now call on the honorable member, Mr. Jermaine Figueroa, to make his presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in an unhappy state to partake in this debate. even as I enjoin the many residents of Region 10, as we mourn the loss of our young Vice Chairman, Mr. Douglas Gittins, a young man whose desire was to serve in this House. And Mr. Speaker, if I may crave your indulgence, can I ask that we observe a minute of silence for this fallen comrade whose desire, Mr. Speaker, was to serve in this House.
Honorable members, you may take your seat. We will observe a moment of silence, not only for the honorable member, for those who have passed during this COVID period. Honorable member, you may continue.
Thank you for your indulgence, Mr. Speaker. Sir, many Guyanese are experiencing the unrelenting onslaught of maladministration of this government. Mr. Speaker, one just have to look at the wanton dismissal of thousands of hardworking public servants, many of whom, Mr. Speaker, are victims of this deadly pandemic the world has ever seen in over 100 years. Many who are still waiting in vain, 2 budgets later, and a supplemental budget for this phantom increase promised by this administration for public servants. The daily increase in COVID deaths, the discriminatory distribution of COVID grants, the astronomical rise in food prices and gas, the ill management of the flooding response across the country that has and still is affecting thousands of our people, all of which, Mr. Speaker, are complemented by the increasing degeneration of our society and key institutions. Mr. Speaker, while this motion speaks to the latter, it epitomizes and makes very pellucid an explicit pattern of control freakism at any cost by this government. Today, all constitutional agencies have been made puppets of the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Governance, lacking real independence, and all are unable to exercise the financial autonomy they held 1 year ago. Mr. Speaker, it is in this light I wish to buttress this debate, where the PPP is expressing its obsession as to who chair the PAC, a similar imposition of procedural thuggery unleashed on the chairman and selected members of the Police Service Commission. All aimed, Mr. Speaker, all aimed at weakening and puppeteering yet another state institution. Mr. Speaker, we are all aware, and it cannot be denied, that this motion is a blatant attempt to erode trust in the Public Accounts Committee, the chairmanship that comes from the decision of the main opposition and not that of the government. The principle of the chairman having the full confidence of the main opposition to exercise oversight of government spending must not be sanctioned by the PPP, must not be sanctioned by the Minister of Governance. Mr. Speaker, it is the PPP and more specifically the mover of this motion who has an issue with the opposition using its prerogative of choosing their choice for chairmanship. Hence, the PPP numbers game approach to have their way by removing the guardrails of our democracy ignores the principle of why the opposition chairs this committee. They want no one to keep a close eye on government spending of taxpayers' money. This, Mr. Speaker, is worrisome and most concerning, given the evidence with regards to the COVID relief funds and now the flood relief funds. Mr. Speaker, the PPP members of the PSC have made an argument that the chairman is unfit because of allegations of impropriety leveled at him. But their government wants the chairman of the PSC, Police Service Commission, Mr. Speaker, to promote rogue police officers with pending charges, which, Mr. Speaker, includes misconduct, sexual misconduct allegations, Mr. Speaker. This is the nature of these people, these sanctimonious gangsters who are today seeking to prosecute the PSC chairman using this motion, using the tyranny of numbers, hypocrisy at its best, Mr. Speaker, sanctimony, Mr. Speaker. The charade in this motion about violating the standing orders are all political propaganda to achieve the PPP goal. The underlying aim of engineering the elevation of the Deputy Speaker to become the PAC chairman, so that the PPP can police itself as it spends the people's money. Mr. Speaker, the government wants its mannequin to chair the PAC, so that guile deals and the discrimination associated with the issuance of COVID relief pink slips will not see the light of day. But we are watching, Mr. Speaker. We are watching. Mr. Speaker, as all Guyana know, that the former chairman of the PAC had charges of allegations of impropriety against him. 19 charges, Mr. Speaker. 19. But he was not hunted down by the coalition government, as is evident in the details of this motion. We had respected, Mr. Speaker, the principle of the opposition's right to choose and repose confidence in their candidate for chairmanship. But today, Mr. Speaker, we have the PPP acting as the prosecution, thus begging the question of how independent is the judiciary. The aim of the government, Mr. Speaker, is to undermine, decimate as much state agencies as possible, and simultaneously discredit as much APNU AFC leaders. Mr. Speaker, this motion simply represents another phase of the PPP's quest, as it seeks first blood even before its judiciary was ready to adjudicate. Mr. Speaker, this motion brings to bear an unnecessary contestation only because the PPP's dictatorial approach of indirectly trying to choose for the opposition. Mr. Speaker, it is embarrassing when members like the mover of this motion is prepared to use the tyranny of numbers to say, as Mr. Speaker, what you would have popularized in this House with the phrase, well, in your former life, you can have your say, we will have our way. Just note, Mr. Speaker, numbers will not always be able to defy logic. I repeat, Mr. Speaker, numbers will not always be able to defy logic. Sir, I put it to this House that the PPP will use the tyranny of its majority to pass this obnoxious and despicable motion and to set a new precedent in this assembly. In this assembly, Mr. Speaker, that you chair, in this assembly that will form part of your legacy. Sir, what is important to note is that the National Assembly operates on procedures as outlined in this motion. But it also, Mr. Speaker, operates on precedents it sets. So whatever is the outcome of this motion, others will follow the standard set here today, Mr. Speaker. Sir, make no mistake. This is no simple maneuver by our friends on the other side. for it allows for insider trading in the National Assembly. Because whoever has the majority can manipulate the process using propaganda similar, Mr. Speaker, to those carried out in this motion to get their mannequins to be the chair of any committee. Mr. Speaker, this will be a mockery to oversight and accountability. Since one starts asking pointed questions, exposing and finding facts, or pointing investigations in a certain way, he or she can fall victim on a motion like this, Mr. Speaker. Sir, the PPP, Mr. Speaker, can decide they want someone else to be the chairman and use the same process to remove that person from any committee. Where does this stop, Mr. Speaker? Who is safe? What is true is that we on this side will not be protected by you, Mr. Speaker. We see how the Deputy Speaker was made, even as that...
Honorable Member, you are imputing a lot onto the Speaker will not be protected. We on this side will not be. I invite you now to do the right thing.
Mr. Speaker, we feel...
I invite you to do the right thing with respect to the words I quoted you.
I refrain from using that word, Mr. Speaker.
I didn't ask you to refrain. I
withdraw that use of that word.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, forcing the APNU AFC to change its nominee by using this motion is a dangerous precedent that shall haunt the PPP in time to come. Soon to come, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is no secret that the APNU AFC is most uncomfortable with lots of the PPP nominees, including you, Mr. Speaker, respectfully so. But sir, I shall confess here today, we may not have the numbers to force a change, but a change will come, and it is coming soon, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is most nefarious to try to influence who the APNU AFC nominates to serve, using maneuvers as this motion here today. The same thing was done recently with nominating agencies for the Police Service Commission nominees. All, Mr. Speaker, to the continued degeneration of those state institutions. Mr. Speaker, the deception of this motion exemplifies the sponsor's political dogma to use the cover of the standing orders violation rather than the explicit allegations as contained in numerous PAC minutes. The real aim was reducing political contestation in the PAC, given the present chairman's aggressive disposition on PPP propaganda. Mr. Speaker, the use of the pretext of a no-confidence motion against the PAC chair is a PPP history lesson, Mr. Speaker, for Guyana, CARICOM, and the Commonwealth. This is a ploy to get the chairman's blood and to set into motion a precedent of things to come. Hence, these shenanigans will have a bearing on the procedural architecture of this National Assembly in the future. Mr. Speaker, the government feels empowered to go after the chairman of the PAC when 9 out of our 10 administrative regions, Mr. Speaker, are badly affected by flooding. When, Mr. Speaker, they would have essentially prorogued the Parliament for almost 3 months, 98 days, when beef is 1,000 per pound in June 2021, but was 400 per pound in August 2020. So pathetic, Mr. Speaker. Sir, the same maneuver of this motion, Mr. Speaker, will refuse for the PAC to meet 3 times per week after this sit-in to get its work completed. Mr. Speaker, that is the nature of the beast. Mr. Speaker, for the principles of this motion. It is progressive as it inflates the ego of the ministers of work and the minister of governance to think they have gotten their wish, to destroy the chair, just to be aware you are both standing on a ladder. Mr. Speaker, in closing, it would be most remiss of me not to emphatically state, Mr. Speaker, that it is most regrettable that you have chosen to preside over this tyrannical action of the government here today. Sir, history is made each day. Few, Mr. Speaker, care which side of history they are absolved. Sir, I cannot in good sense, I cannot in good conscience support this motion because it is demeaning to our political architecture as a nation and as a parliament. Sir, anyone who supports this motion will knowingly perjure their God-given conscience. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Now call on the Honorable Member, Mr. Dharam Kumar Siraj, to make his contribution.
Flood relief. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, this motion is in the name of the Honorable Minister of Governance, Gail Tashira. But it is here before us because of the actions of the opposition. Members of the PAC on the government side tried their best at the PAC level to ensure that the work of the PAC is conducted in a way that is proper and does not bring the work of that committee into disrepute. And sir, the fact that this motion is crafted in this particular manner takes into consideration some of the very concerns that were raised by the Honorable Member Ramjatan. So the lack of specificity that was highlighted by one of the speakers before me is deliberate because there is not a shortage of specifics that one could have attached to this particular motion. And I think it is out of consideration of the consequences of those specifics and implication for action outside of the jurisdiction of this House that the motion was crafted in this particular manner. Sir, members spoke about a lot of things except the motion. And I want to just to make reference to a few of them. Install government, sir. Mr. Speaker, the People's Progressive Party, Civic, was properly voted into power in March of 2020. So there's nothing about an install government. The count proved that, and the recount proved that. And the fact that the APNU AFC continues to make allegations about install government without even providing their SOPs, their statement of poll, is testimony that the People's Progressive Party, Civic, won the election fair and square. So it is a totally legitimate government that was voted in by the people, and they are in the benches of the opposition because they were voted out. So there's nothing about bullyism of this government. The bullyism actually started since December 2018, when by virtue of a legitimate passage of a no-confidence motion, following the rule of law, the respect for the rule of law, and following the Constitution itself, the government, then government of the APNU-AFC, accepted that they had fallen and started making provision to take the necessary action that follows the successful passage of a no-confidence motion. And then they were advised by the back office boys as to what steps to take. And then came about the notoriety of 32 is greater than 33. And then came about the story about 32 and half and round up and all this sort of thing. So the bullyism started there, sir. And then it continued because one recall that there is a particular provision for the nomination and then appointment of the chairman of the Guyana Elections Commission. And the proper things were done by the submission of one list, two lists, the third list. And numerous upstanding Guyanese were deemed not fit and proper. And then in the continuation of that bullyism, the then president unilaterally, and ironically it was another Patterson, unilaterally not only nominate but also appoint a chairman of GCOM, and failed to listen to legal advice here, failed even to respect the rule of our codes, and it took the People's Progressive Party Civic and the people of Guyana all that journey all the way to the Caribbean Court of Justice to stop the bullyism. And after over a year and 3 months, you had an election. And that was the end of bullyism of one type and the continuation of bullyism from March to August. And that, sir, eventually democracy prevailed and we had that change in August. So, sir, when we talk about all these things, we must put these things into perspective. And what the members of the PAC were merely trying to do is to ensure that Guyana is not further ridiculed as we were going through this issue of recount, statement of poll not showing up, illegal appointment of a chairman of GCOM, and all of that. And sir, to try to bring other things, or other issues into the equation at this point in time is merely to divert away from the real issue, which is, of course, the confidence of members of the Public Accounts Committee in the chairman of that committee. Tyranny of numbers, sir, is another phrase I had just heard. Tyranny of numbers. And it was also stated by the last speaker about whoever has the majority can manipulate the process. So in politics, majorly it's about numbers. When you go to election, it's about numbers, who win. You play a game of cricket, it's about numbers. You can win by 1 run, you could win by an innings and 50 runs. It is about numbers. And when you have the numbers, sir, you can also influence what happens. The PNC, the APNU-AFC didn't have the numbers, and they still wanted to manipulate the process. They wanted to manipulate numbers and to manipulate majority. So it is not unsurprisingly, sir, that when you have the numbers, you can win the game. And in the game of politics, you have to ensure that you don't make runs, but you have to ensure that you go there to the electorate and you win over the confidence of the electorate. And with that winning over the confidence, it is reflected in the ballots. And when those ballots are counted and the statement of polls are added up, a winner is declared. And that is what the process is. It's not the manipulation of the process by a majority. The People's Progressive Party Civic is properly placed in the government. The members of the Public Accounts Committee are properly placed, and the members of the Public Accounts Committee, they have a responsibility to ensure that the Public Accounts Committee operates in such a manner that it enjoys the confidence of all. I heard words of what is kleptocracy. Sir, that started since that this government is being accused of that. The kleptocracy. You know about bangles and beds and bed sheets and braces and all of that. You can, I can easily conclude that that is the beginning of that. So, sir, when speakers try to divert away from the real issue and to introduce matters that are not matters that are not addressed in the motion itself, is to basically hide from the real issue. And the real issue here, sir, is that members of the Public Accounts Committee does not enjoy the confidence, the majority of the members of the Public Accounts Committee does not enjoy the confidence of the chairman. And it is important not only for the majority of the members of the Public Accounts Committee, but it is important for this country and our electorate and our people enjoy the confidence of the Public Accounts Committee as we seek to provide oversight and scrutiny to the spending of the taxpayers' dollars. And that is all that we're trying to do, sir. There are things out there in the public domain, in the media, on television, and all of that. And we have to be careful because in the game of politics where perception, by and large, can dictate how opinion goes, we have to ensure that people, especially people of our country and then further afield, perceive the operation of the Public Accounts Committee to be one above boards, where members can make their contribution and members can provide oversight and scrutiny to the spending of our taxpayers' dollars. So, sir, in keeping with the motion as presented by the Honorable Chairperson, by the Honorable Minister of Governance, in this motion, I want to take this opportunity, sir, to say that I support this motion in totality, and it is unfortunate that it had to come here, but I lay that blame squarely at the feet of the opposition, because this matter could have been settled at the level of the Public Accounts Committee. But when some degree of bullyism and when members fail to obey the rules of engagement, the standing order, and the Constitution, then we have a responsibility to take it to the next level, to ensure that the rule of law prevails, and to ensure that all of us follow those rules of engagement. And here especially, we follow our standing orders and we have respect for all the rules of engagement. So, Mr. Speaker, with those few words, I want to thank you for availing me this opportunity to let my views known, and I do support this motion for us to move on and with another chairman of the Public Accounts Committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Honorable Member, Ms. Kathy Hughes.
Mr. Speaker, what a sad day today is. These last days in this Parliament have been very sad, because here we are wasting time debating this most egregious motion when thousands of Guyanese are living under floodwaters in these, the most challenging times. These past few weeks, thousands have lost their livestock, crops, fridge, stove, clothes. Worse yet, in these times of a COVID pandemic, when more than 426 persons have lost a precious member of their family, 426 lives lost. And here we are discussing this most perverse motion. And even more horrific in these difficult times of economic decline, we're already getting information that there's close to 30% of young people that are unemployed. Suggestions are in the next couple of days we're going to discover a 6% drop in income. We know of the massive increases in basic food items. Thousands of Guyanese fired indiscriminately, drug busts, the largest in the world, shootouts in Main Street, close to the Prime Minister and President's homes, official residences, garbage everywhere, all in 9 short months. And understand that the discovery of oil makes no difference with all that we are seeing and talking about today. It is clear, Mr. Speaker, that the ancestors on whose shoulders we stand and the gods have been angered. Imagine it is against this background of crisis in our dear land of Guyana that we are wasting time debating this motion. And let me apologize to the staff of the Arthur Chung Convention Center and also the staff of the Parliament who have to be here up to this hour debating what really is not worth debating. Mr. Speaker, the preamble to this motion is devoid of any substance that provides a basis for the removal of the chairperson of the Public Accounts Committee. 15 whereas clauses that only testify to this government's intention to do just one thing. That is, as the name of the motion testifies, remove the chairperson of the Public Accounts Committee. No information in this motion on the alleged crime, because that is not the issue here. Just remove this chair by any means necessary. We have been reminded of the purpose, role, and work of the Public Accounts Committee. We all know that according to the standing orders, it must be chaired by a member from the main opposition. A member from the main opposition, to be precise. This is convention, precedence, that this National Assembly has maintained and held dear for decades, up until now. A loss of confidence, they say, but let me take you back a few years. In the 11th Parliament, the then chair of the Public Accounts Committee had 19 serious criminal charges pending against him, and it was considered appropriate and acceptable to allow him to continue to chair the PAC. And what were those charges? Let me quote some of them from the public documents from the Georgetown Magisterial District, and I start my quote. Mohammed Irfan Ali, on Thursday, the 2nd of September 2010, conspired with other persons unknown to defraud the government of Guyana.
Honorable member, I will have to stop you there with respect to the standing orders. And that standing order referred to the use of the president to influence the debate. To influence the debate. Thank you.
Getting back to the public records, the former chair of the committee, as we all know, had 19 charges. And those charges included being charged for $8,365,455 for selling a plot of land to guess who? The current vice president. And that piece of land was valued, they paid $2,301,000 for a piece of land that was valued $10,666,000. And guess what? The charges continue. Again, on this occasion, one of the ministers of the Water Authority is the one that paid $1,500,000 for a piece of land that was worth over $7 million. Again, these are the charges put to the former chair of the Public Accounts Committee. And then let's go on quickly to one of our ministers in this most honorable house, the Honorable Minister Priya Manik-Chan. And there, paid in the name of Mr. David Narain, and spent $1,515,000 for a piece of land that was valued $9,621,000. And it gets worse. The honorable member who doesn't sit in his house, but this is a public record, Ramesh Dukku, who paid $1.5 million again for a piece of land.
But honorable member, you know the standing orders. You can't cite persons' name who are not here to defend themselves. And so I don't want to interrupt you again with another standing order, but I think you're pressing the buttons now. Honorable member,
Thank you.
please.
Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
My friends, continue,
my
yeah. My friends, I think I've made my point. Yes, the Public Accounts Committee, charged with the responsibility of scrutinizing the public accounts of this nation, established a precedent that pending criminal charges was not an obstacle to occupying the position of and discharging the responsibility of the Public Accounts Committee. This precedent having been established then by none other than our current sitting president of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana. Why would they now want to deviate from this norm? There was no basis for deviating.
Honorable member, again, established by the current president of Guyana. So you're once again using the name of the president and the president himself to influence this debate, which is not permitted in the standing order. So you'll have to remove those remarks.
I will remove them, Your
Thank
Honor.
you very much, honorable member. Please proceed.
This was no basis for deviation from this norm by the honorable members on that side of the House when they were in opposition. It is noteworthy that the former charged chair was identified by my colleagues on that side as their presidential candidate. No arguments have been advanced why this precedent established by the PPP ought to be departed from in this motion. It surely cannot be that by the mere filing of a motion for the removal of a chair would create a difference in principle between what is legally and morally identical circumstances. It is clear that the ability of the previous chair of the Public Accounts Committee to scrutinize government's handling of the people's money was not impaired by the fact that he was charged with 19 criminal offenses. There was no moral disquiet expressed then by my colleagues on the other side or within the PPPP, and no cause for reconsidering the impact of the charges on the discharge of the responsibility of the chair. No issue about whether the government accounts could be properly scrutinized. As a matter of fact, such was the confidence of the members of the then PPP opposition, they thought that the chair, with 17 separate charges, would, so to speak, could be selected as their presidential candidate. Now, most importantly, I want to remind all of us and the people of Guyana that these 19 charges of fraud were instituted by the same DPP who holds the same position today. What an indictment. Those charges were not instituted by some vindictive person on this side of the House. So since the institution of charges against the former chair did not impugn his ability to scrutinize these accounts, I am unaware of...
Mr. Speaker. Under,
Honorable Minister,
yes, 41-8, again using and imputing on the judicial officer when she referred to the DPP, sir.
Honorable Member, you may continue. I don't recognize that.
Thank you. I'm aware, given all that I've said, that any basis on which the same party, in good faith and with a straight face, can allege that today's situation is any different when the shoe's on another foot. So let's look at that. It is absolutely clear that the filing of this motion is a mere political act, without any principal basis being established for the removal of the chair. What is absolutely clear is that this PPP government, by all their actions, all the mass firings over the last 9 months, do not want scrutiny. The PPP does not want scrutiny, transparency, and accountability, the founding principles of any democracy. So the question is, if you have nothing to hide, why is this necessary? But the motion, therefore, is a political act. So let's talk politics. The politics of the PPP of today is to take us back to the election screaming and shouting. And we hear that all the time. And that is because you cannot stand on any other leg. And you cannot stand on the leg of good governance. Talking of governance, I noticed that the Honorable Vice President is now the OP, the over-president. I'm very sorry he's not with us here today, and I know that he...
Honorable Member, I don't know what you mean by OP, but it's, in my view, imputing.
It was not intended to.
Continue, Honorable Member.
But on a serious note, we all know the madness, corruption, and challenges that the Guyanese have been drowning in. The disasters around us highlight the PPP have angered the heavens and the gods above. To my PPP colleagues in this most honorable house, I say to you, you may come here today with your scorn and ridicule. We expect no better of you. In fact, you know no other way. That's what Guyana has come to expect of you. But who do you really think you're speaking to? And I'm glad the most honorable member, Siraj, talked about the importance of numbers. According to GCOM, 49% of the Guyanese population did not vote for you. You cannot ignore 49% of this population. Add the small parties, and it goes to 51%. And I know you think that we don't know numbers. 51%, according to GCOM's numbers, did not vote for you. We have no confidence in you. Guyana has no confidence in you. 51% of the people in Guyana have no confidence in you. So let us examine what the real criteria might be. Both the former and present chair attended the same alma mater. Both previously served as ministers in their respective governments. Both enjoyed unwavering support from the political parties they represented. Both male. Both have a long membership in the National Assembly. Both are charged with serious criminal offenses. Both charges recommended by you-know-who, and both cases considered political by their respective parties. So what's the difference between them that has led to the laying of this motion in this National Assembly? In the current highly toxic, deeply divided, racially and polarized country we call Guyana, the obvious and perhaps only criteria that separates the former chair and the current chair in what has divided this country from times prior to independence up to contemporary times. I leave you all to consider what that is. I ask myself, who is being put on the breadline? Who is being fired? Who doesn't get the COVID cash grant? Who doesn't get the hamper when they come sharing it out in the street? I leave this all here too, for you and all Guyana to consider. In closing, if the divided nation of South Africa prior to 1992 elected no less a person than Nelson Mandela as their president, and if on his release from Robben Island, he thought it would be appropriate and in the best interest of South Africa to go against, persecute, and prosecute every political enemy, real or imagined, the country of South Africa would not have survived. The tenuous relationship between justice and peace should not be strained with politically driven vendettas and the settling of all scores. I quote the most honorable Nelson Mandela. I start the quote, "The time for the healing of the wounds has come." I have no more to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I now call on the Honorable Member, Mr. Kemraj Ramjatan, to make his contribution.
Could I ask Mr. Kwame McCoy, Honorable Member, to just give me an opportunity to speak on this motion without interruption? Mr. Speaker, it is an important thing for us to know the history of how come this entire chairmanship was granted to the opposition in almost all Commonwealth countries. And if we do have a precedent like that in so many countries, it obviously means something. And I want to quote from a book that was given to us by Sir Michael Davies. I don't know if he gave you a copy, Honorable Member, but I recall that you were in Parliament when indeed these reforms of our standing orders were being done. The history and the role of the PAC is well put in that book called The Overseers, Public Accounts Committee and Public Spending by David McGee, Queen's Counsel. And he, in that book, wrote the first PAC and the prototype for the very many other PACs that have been established throughout the Commonwealth was established by resolution of the House of Commons at Westminster in 1861 to be a permanent piece of the Commons financial machinery for addressing effective control over the appropriation of public monies. The PAC helps Parliament hold the government to account for its use of public funds and resources by examining the public accounts, and the PAC has an independent audit oversight on Parliament's behalf of the government and the public service. He then goes on to talk about the premier institution as a committee called the Public Accounts Committee. And concerning the chairmanship of that singular, special, distinctly different committee, it must go to the opposition. The opposition. Who chairs it? And then he goes on at page 66. In 2/3 of the cases in the Commonwealth, PACs are chaired by an opposition member. And of course, a number of the countries like India and UK, this is a very strong convention. Now, we never had the convention written into our standing orders until that period of 2006, when that very robust parliamentary reform we had. And in 2006, an explicit formulation was made in Standing Order 82-2, in which it states clearly that the chairperson must come from the main opposition party. Main opposition party. There were certain specific purpose behind and reasoning behind why it was so elaborated and formulated. And so it is important that we understand that in Guyana here, as against even a majority of the Commonwealth countries, that specific articulation and formulation means something. I recall in the committee of selection where you called and the 9 members were named, 5 from the government side and 4 from the opposition. Mr. David Patterson's name included in the 4. And there were no objections as to whether the government didn't have any confidence in him, because it is clearly a case where the opposition will name their 4. When you then had your second meeting in relation to this matter, you ask who will be the chairperson from the 4 members. And the chairperson from the 4 members was named as David Patterson. There was absolutely no objection from the other side, and there could not have been, because indeed it is the function of exclusively the opposition to name the chairperson. And that is what is meant by Standing Order 82-2. The whole purpose of it, as must be understood, when we wrote this into our standing orders, which is like the constitution of this parliament, is that it must come from the opposition. And the opposition, even if they don't have any confidence in David Patterson, they can't change that. And I will come to that. Please understand. And so he became the chairperson, and the chairperson he was, conducted about 5 or 6 meetings until I think the 1st of February, when something was brought by Honorable Member Gail Teixeira for purposes in that committee for stating that there is a no confidence against him for certain reasons that we cannot see in this motion that we have. Neither, I think, could we have seen in the minutes of that 6th meeting as to what it is that they have against him and what is causing them to have no confidence. But even if they had whatever reason that they had, you cannot knock off or dismiss. You cannot do that, because it is the opposition that calls the chairmanship. And that is exactly what happened in the last parliament, when the former chairperson, notwithstanding the various offenses mentioned just now, you couldn't do anything about it. But here it is. Madam Geert Teixeira, honorable member, is saying, well, why y'all didn't do it then? There must be self-restraint, Mr. Speaker, in relation to governance and as to how you go about doing things. And there was that self-restraint because we know a lot of offenses were alleged and indictment was written up by the DPP and all of that, but we couldn't go and touch that because there was self-restraint. You couldn't go and bring a no confidence motion against that person, former chairman, because it was inherently the action of the opposition then, PPP, who then calls the chairperson. And if in their opinion, he is the best person to deal with this issue of scrutinizing the account and leading his 4-member team there, so be it. You cannot now go and say, I want to shift that person because you feel that he is a bully. You cannot do that. And by the acclamation of calling him, or whatever the assertion being made that he is a bully, you can't even do nothing in that committee. And it is wrong because as chairperson, they are giving the impression that he did a number of things. But I come back to the point that whatever he did was very honorable. When the motion was first brought, he recused himself. He said, well, the other members, please deal with this issue. What could have been more honorable? You bring in a no confidence motion against a chairperson. The chairperson then goes outside. Deal with this and I'll come back and deal with whatever it is, depending on what is the outcome of the motion. And that was honorable. They could not, knowing very well the rules, because I understand the other 3 members did not want to take up the chairmanship. So you had what is called a stalemate. It happened again, and all of that. He recused himself again. Again, it is important to understand that that is honorable behavior. And as I said before, the no confidence by the government of the chairperson is no basis of getting rid of him. Because by the very nature of it, and to produce the balance as a fundamental principle of Public Accounts Committee, it is always the chairmanship going to the opposition. That's the underlying principle. That principle is so fundamental that even Mr. Kevon Best, the attorney that addressed the issue for, I think, the clerk of the assembly, had indicated as much. He indicated quite clearly that it is a balancing act. The exceptional attribute of this singular committee's chairmanship going to the opposition has as its purpose the ensuring of impartiality and balance of political power in the functioning of the committee. That is what it is. Now, when you have people wanting to knock him off by a no confidence motion, and the chairperson, after realizing that nobody else could chair, stating that he is going to, as he said, discontinue this motion, we must understand that the discontinuance, which is a disqualification of the motion, is totally in order too, because the committee is a microcosm of this National Assembly. And if you, Mr. Speaker, in your determination rule that a certain motion is disqualified, that's the end of the matter. So when a chairperson does that in a committee, how is that wrong? And there is where I have tremendous difference with what is being brought here. The no confidence motion was then effectively disqualified by the committee chair, who has all the powers like a speaker in that committee. As a matter of fact, myself, yourself, Madam Gail Teixeira, honorable member, were all there when we created this procedural, the manual and the procedures within committees. And we stated there in the procedure manual that these committees are largely a microcosm of the larger parliament. And so if the committee has a certain power, what's the power of the PAC? The PAC's power is to deal with the public accounts. When you deal with, we come in here to deal with no confidence motion. And especially when the main opposition has appointed David Patterson. So you just cannot go and bring in that committee anything of that nature. Now, and I say that, and I humbly submit that that is the position because of order, the standing order 82.2, which says it must come from the main opposition. And additionally, it is important to realize that in committees, because I understand and a legal opinion was sought as to what the standing orders of England would say on these issues, and a whole host of other things went on there. And it was said that since we have a standing order that did not cater for the situation, we must go to Erskine Mains. And they went to Erskine Mains. And chairs could be removed in England, which doesn't have standing order 82.2, like we have it. They don't have it, but they could do it. But when they do it, Mr. Speaker, they must ensure that at least one member of the opposition support that no confidence motion. When they realized that that was the case, they then brought it here. It is the control freakism that came into play. They did not want, because they knew that based on that standing order that now is adopted from afar in England as a result of our very last standing order, say that where we don't cater for it in our standing orders, we must go to Erskine May. When you go to Erskine May, you see Standing Order of England 122C, making it very clear that you got to get one member of the opposition that had voted him as chairperson. They could not get that. And the whole thing also coming to that point is that our standing orders didn't cater for that. And no confidence motions are such important things. They must be explicitly stated. We had it in 106 of our Constitution when it was brought by Mr. Moses Nagamutu, and then when it was brought by Mr. Barjagdeo, and it was successful then, but it was stated therein. No confidence against a chairperson is not stated anywhere. How could you now, knowing that you will fail in the committee because you can't get one person there from the opposition to support it, you now bring it here because of what? Majoritarian tyranny? I am saying, Mr. Speaker, because of the nature of our standing orders, even here, it cannot be brought. Even here. Because even if you want to water down the main opposition power on this matter, it can be easily watered down. Because assuming you put Mr. Ganesh Mahipal, all they got to come with is a no confidence motion, and with the 33 votes, they're going to knock him down, and then they're going to knock down whosoever else you put. And that is the danger here. Because, yes, the guardrails of our financial architecture can then go to zero as a result of that proposition. So you knock David Patterson, you get Ganesh Mahipal, and then you say, Ganesh is just a bully. And then you bring another one here, and then you change it, and we put whosoever else, Juretta. Oh, Juretta shouts too much against the government, and she's a bully. And then what do we have? It will become an unruly horse. And that is what we must be afraid of in this particular scenario. I am arguing, Mr. Speaker, that there is nothing in our standing orders, nothing in our standing orders that says that we can do what we are doing here. It is against every grain of interpretation that one can put, so it cannot be done. Our parliamentary democracy stands strong because of these conventions now put into the standing orders. And it is important that within the halls of this assembly, we must not just come with what Madam Gail Teixeira, honorable member, and I think it was seconded by Bishop Edgell. They will say that be it resolved now that by his open violation. What was his open violation? Let's get back to that core issue. The open violation apparently was some Auditor General reports that they found whatever was certain allegations against him. And before they could have dealt with these allegations, no confidence motion come in. What they have tried to do now was to say that because he was not addressing that which he addressed by saying that it is disqualified, that he's a bully. Oh, that is what they're doing now. The transgressions of David Patterson in not putting it up is what they now rely on. But the original thing had to do with some exposures, they say, inside of an Auditor General's report. Well, I can't believe that. What kind of balance of power that you're doing in relation to a formulation that says it's the main opposition that must call the man, call the chairman, and you now want to take it away? That will be the erosion of that guardrail. That will be the breaking up, the dismantling of it. And I notice that is happening all the time with constitutional entities, with interference with the police service commissioners, and all manner of things happening in Guyana. And that we must take pause to ensure do not further slide. Mr. Speaker, we must make it quite clear that the chairmanship of the PAC is based on who the main opposition sees as fit and proper, especially at that nomination stage. It is not based on how unfit and improper the government members see him, nor logically whether they have confidence in him. They don't. But what they're now doing is to ensure that by their majority, they're going to slam this thing down on its face, and they will get who they want. Mr. Speaker, those are especially important so that we do not slide into a dictatorship. And we have confidence in him because of his experience, long-standing member of that committee, and also because we know that he has a capacity. That is why you select him as the captain for that PAC. But what they want is to have who they feel that shouldn't be there, that person must come out. Mr. Speaker, this is a sad day for the financial architecture of our country. It is a sad, sad day for the democracy, and especially a standing order that was hard fought for. We had Sir Michael Davies coming to argue and well, not instruct, but to devise. We had Mr. Pinder, another fellow that came here from England, and then we had Bradford in the fiduciary relation. 3 of them experts came here, and they indicated, and then we wrote that. Myself, I remember the three surviving members, myself, you, and Gail, the honorable member and honorable speaker. We were there. And so it must mean something, because we had problems before. So I am urging that this cannot be supported because of the constitution of our standing, of our parliament. It cannot be supported because of the legality of the opposition being the sole source for the chairmanship. And it is also because you do not need the confidence of any of the government members or the government as a whole. Thank you very much.
Honorable Member, Mr. Sanjeev Dattagin.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker.
Morning.
Mr. Speaker, it's important that it be made clear. All of the arguments that the PPP would like to take control of the PAC have no merit. This motion is about a chairman. This motion is not to take the chairmanship away from the opposition. It is to take it away from one man who wouldn't do what he's supposed to do. The Public Accounts Committee, Mr. Speaker, is for the scrutiny of government expenditure. What happens at the committee is the Auditor General reports are put before the committee. It is then scrutinized by the committee. This is how Parliament is able to question the expenditure that it has approved in budgets. The chairman of that committee guides the conduct of that committee. Simple things such as the agenda, putting motions, saying about the conduct of proceedings or what takes place. That's what the chairman does. But on February 1st, 2021, a motion was raised in the PAC by the Honourable Member, Minister Teixeira, that asked that the chairman resign as chairman and remain a part of the PAC. The reasons, if anyone would look at it, Mr. Speaker, it was a simple motion. A motion is raised, the chairman of the committee ought to put the motion to the floor. If it is not unanimous, then he takes a vote, as with any other motion. That's what should happen. But from the 1st of February, that has not happened. From the 1st of February, there has been no PAC meeting that has done any of the work that it is required to do. all because the chairman would not put the motion to the floor. The motion is for Mr. Patterson to step aside as chairman. Now, Mr. Speaker, there's a background to everything. In the examination of the estimates of the Auditor General report in 2016, there were some startling revelations. There were scales that were paid for but have never been received. There were gifts that were given of bangles, bed sheets, beds, that has been denied initially, then accepted, and then explained. They've included other things. I know we don't talk about criminal charges, but it includes that. The public deserves a committee, a public accounts committee, that it must have confidence in. The chairman, who is responsible for the conduct of the business, can't be one to which there are such questions. Now, it is said that the chairman excused himself. Mr. Speaker, to say that was a farce would be an understatement. This chairman, in fact, quote unquote, excused himself 3 times, 3 separate meetings. Twice, the clerk of this assembly came to the committee to give guidance. The speaker intervened to again give guidance. An independent legal opinion was obtained by the clerk and provided to the members of the committee, and it was ignored. Incidentally, the advice of the clerk was ignored. The advice of the speaker was ignored. The motion that had been raised on the 1st of February has still, to this day, not been put to the floor of the PAC by the chairman. Mr. Speaker, how can the PAC function? The chairman must do his job. If it is that he wishes to recuse himself, you can't, on the other hand, stymie it when no other opposition member will be prepared to act as the chairman, even for that day. You can't do it without putting the question. The chairman can put the question to the floor and recuse himself. Incidentally, unless the votes are even, he wouldn't have a vote anyway. So what is exactly the problem? If a motion is raised, it is his obligation to put it to the floor. His refusal has meant since the 1st of February and 4 meetings or 3 meetings since, nothing has happened. We keep going around in circles. It's like Groundhog Day, Mr. Speaker. We get started, we get to the motion, he recused, and then it breaks up. And then we get called back on another day. We get started, the motion is put, he recused, then it breaks up. It is Groundhog Day, Mr. Speaker. We cannot continue like that. So, to those who say that the motion itself, they don't understand because it has too many whereas, maybe you should read it. It's very explicit. It says that the motion was brought on the 1st of February. It says what happened since. It says that the legal opinions are being disregarded. It says that the Speaker's advice is being disregarded. It says that the legal advice obtained, the independent legal advice, is being disregarded. Incidentally, with the legal advice, the chairman took it upon himself to obtain the advice of the honorable member, Mr. Ramjitan. Surprise, surprise, that advice coincides with what his wishes are. The PAC didn't ask for it. If he would like personal advice, he's of course entitled to it. But he then imposes it on the PAC and says, this advice is what the PAC must consider. We never asked for it. Why do we have to consider it? We can't have the PAC under the chairmanship of a person who is insistent on doing what he selectively chooses to do. He must follow the rules, Mr. Speaker. Now, refusing to put the motion has meant that from the 1st of February, the motion is still not being put and it's still not being disposed of. Now, some of the speakers that have spoken on the opposition side before me, Mr. Speaker, although I don't want to say it's difficult to comprehend, it's almost mental gymnastics of Olympic proportions to even begin to understand what is said. You say that you're for democracy and you spend 5 months trying to steal an election. You say the PAC is important, but you wouldn't have a chairman who will simply do his job. You mention about a Parvati who's lost her job, but you fired 7,000 sugar workers. These things are contradictory. You can't stand for them both. They're mutually exclusive. Now, Chronicle Colin, you answer yet? Now, the speakers before me made reference about a PAC chairman for which there were charges. They didn't say that it was when they were in government, with a SOKU in a charge in relation to matters which they never moved a motion. Why didn't they move a motion, Mr. Speaker? Because you know when you fix the game, you know when you trumped it up, you know when it has no merit. That's why they never moved the motion. The alternative is they're incompetent. Now, there was nothing that those charges were related to that were contained in an Auditor General's report. There was nothing that was related to gifts. There was nothing that was related to beds, bangles, and bed sheets. Now, we do know that there are cases in the court about officials, and they're still to account for, giving away land where there's no record, giving away land that don't belong to you, the agencies have no control over. Those are different things. I'm reliably informed by one of my colleagues that there is a village called Riggersville on the East Bank. Now, we must, Mr. Speaker, cover what the previous speaker said about the PAC and the chairmanship being with the opposition. Mr. Speaker, it is true that we have standing orders that so dictate, Standing Order 82-2. But Mr. Speaker, what happens when the chairman wouldn't do his job? What happens when the other members of the opposition who are on that committee would not take the chair? They all decline to take the chair. What happens then? Parliamentary and constitutional necessity dictates that it cannot stymie the work of the PAC. Something must happen. Mr. Speaker, this has happened. We have come to this House because the people of Guyana deserve to have a PAC to scrutinize expenditure. And for the opposition members to say that somehow this side of the House does not want to scrutinize the expenditure before the PAC is mind-boggling, because we're doing 2016 when that side of the House was in government and in charge of the expenditure. So why would it be in the interest of this side of the House not to scrutinize the reports? It makes no sense. But as usual, it relates to say anything. Say it even if it makes no sense, in an effort to explain your behavior and your conduct. Nothing says in our rules that an opposition member must vote with a motion, what was termed by the Honourable Member Mr. Ramchatan, a motion of no confidence in the PAC. Nothing says that. But again, we have strung together, Mr. Speaker, all of these phrases, all of these concepts which do not exist. It is the definition of sanctimonious gangsterism. You do not have an argument, you invent an argument that is irrelevant, and then you support and research that which ought not to be an argument. Mr. Speaker, the Public Accounts Committee must move forward. And if the current chairman will not do what he is obliged to do, then the work of this House, because the PAC is an extension of this House, is stymied. We cannot continue in this spinning wheels in the mud and getting nothing done. That is why we've come to this House. We need to clear it up. We need to move on from it. We need, Mr. Speaker, to support this motion. We see, Mr. Speaker, that the motion itemizes the meetings, itemizes the chairman putting an asterisk to an agenda item, the chairman removing the agenda item, the chairman, no chairman is entitled to do that. Despite advice being given in the instance when it was asterisked, the chairman wanted to do what he wanted to do. On the next meeting that we went, it wasn't on the agenda. had to be moved on to the agenda, had to be voted on again to the agenda. So exactly then, what would be the function of the chairman? He can't do only what he pleases. He can't only put the motions on the agenda that he wishes. He must put the motions on the agenda that every member raises. So, Mr. Speaker, this is not about taking the chairmanship away from the opposition. This is about a chairman who is not doing his job and who is acting in bad faith, because even though he's saying he's recusing himself, his actions are such as to stymie the work or any furtherance of work by the PAC. In these circumstances, Mr. Speaker, I would support that the resolution as proposed be carried. I wish to just say briefly, Mr. Speaker, when the first time the motion was raised, there was a whole argument about whether it had to be put to the floor. Then, when the clerk had advised that every motion raised must be put to the floor, then the recusal pattern started. So it demonstrates a clear intention that this motion that was tabled by the Honorable Minister Teixeira, the chairman has no intention of ever addressing it within the rules, within the confines of civility, or as he is duty-bound to do as chairman of the PAC. So respectfully, Mr. Speaker, I support this motion.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Member, Mr. Duncan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Most kind. Good, good. Good to see Ben awake, MP Ben. Mr. Speaker, in the Erskine May 25th edition, it talks about a motion having no more than 250 words. Certainly this motion goes over that as an aside. We talk about rules and obeying rules. But let's talk about the motion. It's 2 o'clock in the morning, MP Ben's tired, MP Suka is sleeping, so forth. Let's talk about the motion that was brought. First paragraph of this, what is called a motion. First paragraph, this whereas clause, it talks about certain exposures. It's an interesting phrase, a very interesting phrase, certain exposures, as though it was a charge or an indictment. Right? Now, after certain exposures in what is considered a motion, everything else after that phrase is really and truly the minutes of the Public Accounts Committee. Everything else after that, certain exposures, that term is used. And one gets the impression that perhaps instead of going to the Public Accounts Committee to ratify the minutes, they've come to the National Assembly. Because everything else is almost verbatim, minutes. And so the motion is brought chiefly on certain exposures. Right? The motions moved on that, certain exposures. And as I said, it is quite an interesting phrase. Again, everything that precedes that seems to be extraneous matters. And these exposures are so certain, none of them are listed in the motion. They're so certain of the exposures, none of them are listed. But we have seen, for instance, in the last 9 months, certain exposures at Guyana, for instance, right? Where high-ranking officials at Guyana are implicated in running racket. But we don't see this government going with a no-confidence motion against the chairman of the board at Guyana. We have seen certain exposures with the COVID cash grant. So much so that the president has asked for an audit. We yet to see the audit. Those were certain exposures as well for these folks who are so concerned about certain exposures. Right? I'm coming to Dalrymple. I'm coming there. Regional tender boards. Right? We heard from a PPP member of an RDC Region 7 talking about illegalities that a fellow member is involved in. Those were certain exposures. They're still serving at the behest of the region. What happened to those certain exposures? Gaisuko, right? A former president made certain exposures about Gaisuko recently, and he said he was lobbying for a new type of management at Gaisuko. Listen to the kind of management he wants based on the certain exposures. He said Gaisuko needs to democratize the management, right? So he too is subscribing to this whole notion perhaps of control freakism. He says the management of Gaisuko needs to be democratized. This is a PPP former president. Right? Police force. There have been certain exposures in a report recently about high-ranking officials in the police force concerning, this is the title of the report, alleged breaches of discipline. Right? Here what was one of the conclusions of the report. Certain exposures from the report. While from the information presented there is not enough prima facie evidence to support a criminal charge of sexual harassment, it is recommended based on the circumstances and the sensitive nature of this matter that the senior superintendent be charged for acting in a manner likely to bring discredit to the reputation of the force. Certain exposures. And we have been considering this whole doctrine of control freakism. And we have had certain exposures on this. We have seen the financial independence of constitutional agencies roll back. Liberally, the David Granger, APNU AFC administration give up authority and power. And now we are seeing control freakism. The State Asset Recovery Unit disbanded. Certain what? Exposures. The firing of hundreds of Guyanese, the latest at GWI. You go in, you think a permanent secretary is politically aligned? Professional. Certain exposures. And that kind of control freakism is what has now crept in to the removal of the attempted removal of the chair of the PAC. Standing Order 26, under which the very motion is brought, admissibility of motions, says this. It says, in order for a motion to be admissible, it shall satisfy the following condition. A, it shall raise substantially one definite issue. But this motion, the definite issue is certain exposures. A, it shall raise substantially one definite issue. Mr. Speaker, these minutes of the PAC that is masquerading as a motion is nebulous, it's vacuous, vapid, insipid. But that phrase again haunts us, certain exposure. And these certain exposures again, they are omitted, they are so certain, but they are omitted from the motion. There were certain exposures at the Rice Development Board pre-2015. There were certain exposures where one pre-2015 advisor to the president and governance extravagant bills related even to telephone, $1 million plus per month. These were certain exposures. There were certain exposures about tremendously expensive dental work. One member of the government, certain exposures, law books, coveted, right? These exposures haven't seen the light of day at court, but were dismissed. No reasons given, right? One former Minister of Finance had his hands shackled because of certain exposures. Right? One former member of what is that, the place that divests land and so on, NISIL, right? Certain exposures, right? I'm looking at some newspaper clippings from, for instance, September 26, Julius, sex tapes, certain exposures. September 29th, 2009, President Jaglio gets copy of somebody, Julius, sex tapes, certain exposures. This very house, Mr. Speaker, at the beginning of the tenure of this house saw certain exposures. There was a particular member of this house put their hands on the Bible knowing that they were dual citizens, certain exposures. All these people should not serve on one committee in this house. If we're going on certain exposures, right? The former chairman of the PAC, 19 fraud charges, certain exposures, right? And then recently the Chief Justice, the Honorable Roxanne George Wiltshire, gave us certain exposure concerning one person named Ramkissoon Brown. Speaking of their illegality sitting in the National Assembly, these were certain exposures. Right? Thank you very much, Kwame. Now, this I got one fan. But I want to go back to another exposure that we often overlook. Right? We got a Myla Fall exposure. We got Gaisuko exposure. Listen to what Starbuck News said recently. I want to quote what Starbuck News said about these exposures. If it becomes a reality, the proposed gas-to-shore project will be the single largest publicly financed venture in the history of the country. For that reason alone, but amid many others, it requires the most rigorous examination and, importantly, full transparency. When it was last in government, the PPPC tried aggressively during Ramatar administration to have the Amila Falls Hydro project executed. The 165 megawatt plant with a price tag of $858 million would have been the single largest project in the history of the country. It, however, failed to win approval. Had the project been approved, and been successful, Guyana would have been well on the way to meeting ambitious renewable energy targets and reducing carbon emissions. It was not to be, mainly because the PPC held a minority in Parliament and was unable to secure cross-party support for the AFHP. The investors simply couldn't tolerate the risk entailed and pulled out. But that wasn't the only reason for its failure. I'm still quoting Sabbath News. The then PPC government had a tendency to violations of good governance, certain exposures, particularly as it's related to tendering processes and transparency. So the contract for AFHP Access Road was scandalously awarded to Mr. Phip Motilal, who had no experience in building roads. Certain exposures. It goes on. It goes on to say, the best evidence that the PPP governments on their own cannot be expected to successfully manage big ticket projects is the Skeldon Sugar Modernization Program. Certain exposures. Centrally, coming back to the motion, Mr. Speaker, the question can be asked in this context, can any motion duly limit a member of Parliament from enjoying all the benefits of a member of the National Assembly? According to the Standing Order 80, standing committees, unless otherwise provided in these standing orders, any member of the Assembly, whether elected or non-elected, shall be eligible for the membership of any committee and shall have the right to vote therein. As long as you are qualified to be a member of the National Assembly and a member of the opposition, you have a right to be elected as chair of the PAC by the opposition. Again, according to the standing orders at 82, the Public Accounts Committee, the chairperson of the Public Accounts Committee must be a member of the main opposition. Ipso facto, the main opposition member on the PAC is qualified to be its chairman. Mr. Speaker, within that context, and the current standing order, that is a right to the opposition and a right of the membership of that member of the opposition. So how can a motion now limit that right of membership? One has to ask the question, if it is amendment to the standing order that is being brought through the back door in the form of this motion, Mr. Chairman, if this was a coherent, sound motion, if it was a coherent and sound motion, right? If this was a coherent and sound motion, how could it then seek to move him as chair because of integrity? But the same integrity issues that they have with the chairman doesn't disqualify him from being a member of Parliament, and they want to keep him on the committee. All of these heavy, burdensome issues and the certain exposures that keeps him from becoming the chairman, keeps him on the committee as a member. It's madness. It is madness. That is what it is. Mr. Speaker, by the end of the motion, the mover or the composer of the minutes of the committee that's masquerading as a motion is on a frolic. By the end of the resolve, there is no mention here about the exposures, right? That is where they have started. And every other thing from dislodging him because of certain exposures that has become extraneous matters to certain exposures have now become the reason for moving him from the committee, the current chairman. And so if this motion was properly constructed with any structure, one knows that the be it resolved clause has a policy statement in it. It asks for something, right? It doesn't tell us something, it demands something. That is what the be it resolved. Be it resolved, X we want. Be it resolved, Y we want. The first be it resolved clause asks for nothing. It tells us we don't have any confidence. That could have been a whereas clause. I'm surprised that the composer of these minutes would have missed all of that, right? And why I'm struck, because when you're growing up, you tend to look up at people as these are your heroes, the people you read about in the newspapers, you see on television, right? When the honorable member Teixeira came to the National Assembly first, I was 13 years old. I was 13. Right? I didn't even learn the structure of compositions as yet. But now having the wisdom of my years and looking at the structure, and I'm surprised for a house that loves to go to Erskine May and the standing orders, knowing that there isn't any definite thing this motion attacks in the beginning of it, was allowed to pass. And that's why I am even more surprised that with the experience put behind this motion of the current mover of the motion, the composer of the minutes, I would hazard to think this person did not compose this thing. I don't want to attach it to them. I have this person in such high esteem. Honestly, I think this slip past. Right? But my parents would say a thing. You see some people, you think there's people, but you don't really know. Right? So again, Mr. Speaker, I mean, this thing here, why I'm going so much into it, it's there for posterity. And previous generations who are coming and reading this stuff, law students and people who are generally interested in governance and all that, would be so ashamed of us to know that we have put this down on paper. Pass your motion if you want, but pass a properly constructed motion. We got problem with English language in this country and spelling and structure and so on, you know. You understand? We have some serious issues in this country. Right? Serious spelling issues. I saw a post from the PR officer attached to a high office in this country with some grammar mistakes, and I'm shocked that these people are enjoying taxpayers' money because when they put those posts out on social media representing our country, this is not a corner shop where you budget properly and then you come back and say a little quarter pint oil, a little half pound sugar because we in budget, right? It is shocking, right? When you see somebody who has been convicted in the courts in the National Assembly talking louder than you, it is shocking. It is shocking. Right? Because like we're letting in the any and the all sorts now, but that's for the standing orders, I guess the Speaker would say. It's for the standing orders committee. So I am shocked. Not that a motion of this nature was brought, but that it is so deficient in the structure. Right? It is so deficient in the structure. Right? And even on that basis, the Speaker should have said, go and come again. Listen, we can't put this in written form. Right? And so, even if it is not on the veracity of the arguments, which are poor because certain exposures, without even naming these certain exposures, we're talking secrets now? You asking me to pass a secret? I don't know what these certain exposures are. I don't even have the benefit of the minutes. Were the minutes of the committee ratified? Were there corrections to the minutes and all of that? But certain exposures have come here. So if merit aside, and they have a right to feel how they feel, but my Lord, this is what No Child Left Behind produces, and even on that basis, I cannot support it. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Member Gita Chandan Edmond, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Good morning to you. Good morning, colleagues. Sir, in my capacity as a former member of the bench, a current member of the bar, and a member of the highest decision-making forum in the land, I take no pleasure in saying clearly that this morning's activity represents a dark chapter in the nation's history. On this day, well, rather on this morning, right here and right now, the ship of justice and due process has sailed. In this dome, at this forum, the members on that side of the House have declared to the world that they have caused Guyana to forfeit its claim to being a society of laws, but rather it has degenerated into an arena of petty politics. By bringing this motion, sir, my honorable colleagues have said to every boy, every girl, every man, every woman, that if someone points a finger at you and makes an allegation, you will be convicted without any consideration of due process and evidence. Sir, this unfortunate action in the form of a parliamentary motion has had a profound effect on our people. When I received this motion and I subsequently reviewed it, I thought of my country and what culture and principles as a nation we are leaving for our children. In a parliamentary democracy, Parliament broadly has two functions, which are lawmaking and oversight of the executive branch of the government. Sir, we all know that Parliament is the embodiment of the people's will. Committees are an instrument of Parliament for its own effective functioning. So, sir, we must recognize that the PAC has clear, unambiguous roles and responsibilities, and it is also given the task of holding the executive to account and ensuring that taxpayers' monies is wisely spent and prudently spent, and that it is spent for its allocated purpose, and in accordance with all laws and procedures required. Sir, the PAC is also tasked with ensuring that within the agencies of the state, there are proper decision-making processes and that projects are supported by documentation related to appraisals, analysis, and implementation plans. The task of the PAC is to probe the managerial efficiency and financial discipline of the government and its ministries and departments, and to ensure accountability to the Parliament of Guyana and by extension to the citizens of this country. It is important to note, sir, that one of the most important characteristics of this committee is that the chairmanship goes to the main opposition party in Parliament for the purpose of ensuring balanced and unbiased analysis in relation to the spending of the people's money. In relation to the chairmanship of this important committee, countries of the Commonwealth have placed this important function in the hands of an opposition, and this convention remains strong throughout the Commonwealth countries. In many countries, the PAC is the sole exception to the practice of government members chairing committees, which is a clear demonstration of the fact that the PAC's unique role is appreciated. And sir, Guyana is one such country in the Commonwealth which has had strong tradition in the adoption and the application of this convention. And my colleague, Mr. Ramjatan, mentioned that Guyana in 2006, in an explicit formulation, made provisions for this in Standing Orders 82-2. The main opposition member chairs the PAC. And like he said, that is my colleague, Mr. Ramjatan, this was hard fought for, and its written formulation certainly reflects its importance and significance. It was deliberately formulated in this manner, sir, because the framers wanted a mandatory entrenched quality about it established and maintained in the PAC. They wanted a character of non-viability and in clear terms indicated that there should be no effort to change this approach. We respect this, sir. We respect the standing orders. We respected the standing orders in 2015, and that is why we did not attempt to tinker with the spirit and intent of the standing orders, albeit the immediate past chairman had 19 fraud charges leveled against him. We believe in the presumption of innocence. We believe that the confidence of the chair of this committee has to be reposed in the confidence of the opposition members and not the government members on this committee. And it is for these reasons, sir, that we did not attempt this naked and blatant act which we are witnessing right here in this honorable house. So to the members on the other side of the house, don't come here and lecture to us about sanctimonious gangsterism and pretend as if you're living or you're sitting on some pedestal of decency and integrity. Mr. Speaker, I need to reiterate that the Public Accounts Committee must never be tinkered with, and every attempt, overt or covert, to diminish its letter and spirit must be countenanced. The members of that side of the House from day one, they have harassed, they have harangued, and they have harried not only the AP and UAFC members of the PAC, but more specifically, the chair of that committee, the Most Honorable David Patterson. The harassment we're seeing today, sir, cannot outdo which he was subjected to while he was Minister of Infrastructure. Forget all the lofty and high academic language. This is a vendetta which seeks to vilify the honorable member who has chosen to work for the people of Guyana, and in a committee that deals with significant financial issues of critical relevance to all stakeholders. What ought to be the concern of every right-thinking Guyanese is the fact that the highest decision-making body of the land is now a vehicle for a political vendetta. The question is, what is next, or who is next? We no longer live in a society of laws. We are now in a society of petty political retribution, and all should be concerned. Mr. Speaker, the central complaints in this motion would have been laughable if they were not being erroneously registered in the context of this serious forum. Paragraph 2 points to the issue that first sparked the need to table this motion. It states, following certain exposures during the examination of the 2016 Auditor General's report, quote unquote, the authors, the intellectual authors of this unacceptable motion did not even have the decency to show respect to this House by stating what these exposures are all about. In any case, the Auditor General report examines the performance of the accounting officer, who is the permanent secretary, and the report addressed the issues related to the performance of the permanent secretary and not the minister. In other words, it is the PS that has to answer for what is in the report. This is what is provided for under the FMAA Act of 2003. So, sir, we are forced to assume. Therefore, it is reasonable to assume that this reference alludes to the general fiduciary documentation of the Auditor General between pages 127 to 155. And sir, it has dawned upon me that this motion is an affront to the purpose of a no-confidence motion. It is an attack on the purpose of a legislative body. It is a dishonor to any member of this House to expend any amount of energy on this baseless motion. The principle which is being advanced by this unsubstantiated exercise is once the Audit Office of Guyana conducts the basic exercise, which is required by Article 223(3) of the Constitution, and the ministry which was previously held by the sitting chairman of the PSC, there can be no confidence in him chairing that committee. Mr. Speaker, by this fabricated standard, it is not only baseless, but it is also a dangerous precedent. Indeed, using this approach, any future chair of this committee could face a no confidence motion. Indeed, this precedent leads one to believe that tomorrow, any other chairperson who comes from the APNU or AFC opposition could be targeted for similar baseless claims of unbecoming members by members on the other side of that house. There is nothing in the standing orders empowering anyone in the PSC to table or to proceed with a no confidence motion against any member. There is nothing about the business of this committee which implicitly or expressly empowers the government PSC members to venture into that uncontemplated absurdity that is this no confidence motion. What they should do is get on with the core function of the business of the PSC rather than malinger around the jurisdiction to which they have no authority. The role of the chairperson of the PSC, as in all other committees, is delineated in Standing Order 95, but there's also a broader elaboration done in the manuals that were provided to us. We can question this approach while our Guyanese brothers and sisters suffer all across the regions in this country under the feet of this installed government. The members of that side of the House seem to be using any possible means to further their witch hunt. Sir, we must consider what is before us. It must not be lost on any member of this honorable House what the Public Accounts Committee represents. The committee was created to ensure transparency and accountability. Added to this, the framers never intended for there to be any form of government control. They certainly never anticipated for any consideration for government's confidence or lack of confidence in the chair. This blatant attempt to remove the Honorable Member Patterson as chair is an attempt by the government to ensure that there is no accountability. This attempt smacks of wanting total control and can lead to the introduction of authoritarian mechanisms being established in this House, in this noble House. There is this hunger for total control by this government, and this is the reason why this motion was tabled. Sir, the standing orders stipulate that the chair must come from the main opposition. The lawmakers never intended to ensure that no small party or government advisor who does not represent the will of the majority of the opposition should ever occupy that seat. And therefore, any attempt to do that or seek to amend any standing order should be seen as counterproductive, anti-democratic, and an attempt at domination and control. And this must be outrightly rejected. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Member David Patterson has not violated any law or standing order. It is clear that the PPP is being vindictive and malicious in their actions. It tells us that they are afraid of Honorable Member Patterson's ability to honor the unethical practices that have characterized successive PPP governments. There is no evidence that Mr. Patterson has breached any regulation, and this has raised the obvious question: why are they after Honorable Member Patterson? The Honorable Member has served in the Ministry of Infrastructure and is familiar with the operations of that ministry, and the PPP fears his ability to scrutinize their projects, which are generally characterized by the historic questionable practices of the PPP in the past. It is clear that the PPP does not believe in democracy, because if they did, this motion would not have been tabled. This motion, sir, is a naked attempt to undermine democracy. This motion of a no confidence is a first for any parliament in the Caribbean, but it is not a first to be admired. This is a very regressive step. Sir, if for argument's sake we want to take this complaint seriously, it still cannot withstand basic scrutiny. Even if you want to argue that the concerns registered in the audit report are the basis for sweeping parliamentary action, it is also a dangerous course to take. Indeed, if we follow the FMAA Act, we would observe that errors or wrongdoings discovered in the Auditor General's report are placed in a report and it is sent to the Minister of Finance, and he has the authority to instruct changes. Thus, there is recourse to any issue contained in the Auditor General's report. Sir, this motion is dabbling in very grave business. It is flirting with the concept of allegations to conviction. It violates the most basic principles of natural justice. And as a former member of the bench, I am nauseated to be engaging in this exercise. And I say to the members on that side of the House who hold lost certificates, it is a day of infamy when a government installed or elected begins to promote the idea of going from allegations to convictions without any regard for due process and the consideration of the evidence. It is the beginning of the end for any given society. Those on the other side of the House who have paid attention in their law classes ought to know how ridiculous this is. It is accepted, sir, and it is known that anyone accused is presumed innocent until proven guilty. This motion, for all its intents and purposes, is seeking to strike at the heart of established principles that keep civilized societies on even keel. This motion must be totally rejected. Parliamentary procedures such as no confidence motion, sir, ought to be made of much sterner stuff. In recent times, sir, we have seen a dangerous trend. Across the public sector, this installed government is promoting the idea that allegations must be automatically followed by a conviction. We have seen this happening in the cases of the GCOM officials and members of the Police Service Commission. It is clear that once a person is not prepared to do the biddings of this government is prepared to target them. Sir, we cannot run an orderly society by having someone point a finger or a pen a report and it automatically translates into a conviction or a perception of guilt or a guilty verdict. When this culture encloses, tribunals and courts are diminished in their worth. This is a perilous time for this nation, and this motion is a stark reminder. Mr. Speaker, we have seen that there have been claims made publicly with respect to the COVID cash grant and its distribution, with allegations of misuse and abuse. With these allegations, we must ensure that the Honorable David Patterson continues to chair this committee and to unearth any misuse of public funds. And this is the reason why they don't want Honorable Member Patterson to chair the committee, simply because he will find where all the financial bones are buried. Mr. Speaker, what other reason could there be for this unmeritorious motion to be tabled other than fear of answers to questions on expenditure? When I look across, I see, well, I don't see a lot, but I see scared faces. And what I see is that the members on that side of the House, they are worried of what Mr. Patterson will unearth. They are worried, and that is the reason why this vindictive motion was tabled. I state for the record that this no confidence motion is one of the most misconceived and ill-timed motions ever presented to this Honorable House. I now turn my attention to the second central complaint of this baseless motion. All of the whereas clauses point to the conduct of the Honorable Member in his capacity as chairman. It further alleges disrespect towards the Speaker and disregard for advice from the Clerk of the Assembly. The members on that side of the House, by bringing this motion, they are saying they will do whatever they please because they have a slim majority. This is what it is. It cannot be anything else. And it is an insult to the intelligence of all Guyanese to suggest that the issues raised in this motion are the basis for expressing a lack of confidence in the chairman. Mr. Speaker, we have witnessed the deteriorating quality of life among Guyanese. Farmers, security guards, teachers, nurses, and other ordinary workers are reeling under harsh conditions which we are now experiencing. As the Public Accounts Committee seeks to provide oversight of the activities relating to the spending of the people resources, we are witnessing the tabling of a motion to displace the sitting chairman. Sir, we are currently facing the worst times in the nation's history. We are going from crisis to crisis every day. We have lost in excess of 400 plus Guyanese to the deadly COVID pandemic. The public health crisis has sparked an economic crisis. Coupled with this, we are now in the middle of unprecedented flooding. About 3,000 public servants have been pushed onto the breadline due to political persecution. The private sector has laid off numerous workers. Prices have skyrocketed. People can barely get by. For those reasons listed, among several others, the only no confidence motion that should be before this House is one against this installed government. And in particular, the Minister of Home Affairs, who has long lost the confidence of the people of Guyana. We have crime escalating. We have seen prison breaks which are taking place with monotonous regularity. We have seen the return of extrajudicial killings, the demoralized state of the Guyana police force, the many unsolved homicides. And this is your record, this is your legacy. I don't know what is all the noise, all the chatter about giving out a bag of rice is not the hump. Is that your record? Is that what you're proud about? Is that what you're boasting about? Instead of focusing on addressing the priority issues facing our nation and working with all the stakeholders to confront these ongoing crises, the government has brought a motion which has failed to provide any iota of evidence that Honorable Member Patterson has been incompetent, but instead they have cobbled together flimsy reasons to stop any checks on how the people's money are spent. We have heard lots of chatter today coming from the other side. However, the members on the other side, they have failed to provide any evidence or to lay out or make a case that Mr. Patterson is or has been incompetent, immoral, or unethical in his action. They have failed to lay out their case to this honorable House. Sir, the economic pandemic being experienced by this nation is having a devastating effect on families and communities. Everybody is punishing and struggling to make ends meet, except the members of the installed regime, and maybe more so the one who is loudest in his heckling. And this explains why, in the middle of an economic catastrophe, the government finds time to pursue a political witch hunt. They don't have to worry about getting food on the table. They don't have to pay for gas. They don't have to face the rising cost of living. They remain heavily fortified behind their tinted vehicles with bodyguards and their illegal sirens and flashing lights. They are far removed from reality. If they were interested in helping the people, we would have been here passing some sort of relief to the people. If they care, we would have been here at 3:15 debating on how we could ease the pressure on the people and set about to establish a structured program with inputs from all the stakeholders after consultation with the major political parties in Parliament. Instead, sir, we have this baseless motion designed to pursue a political agenda and constrain the work of a very important committee. We know, sir, what will happen. My colleagues and I, we will strain our vocal cords and we will register our justified concerns, but the members on that side of the House will use their party line vote, which was procured based on numbers that are being questioned before this court to pass this motion. And quoting the line from my colleague, Ms. Finance, I say, like all regimes, powerful and small, elected and installed, your day of reckoning shall come. The chairmanship of the PAC is based on who the main opposition sees fit and proper at the nomination stage. It is not based on how unfit and improper the government members of the PAC sees him, nor logically whether they have any confidence in him. This motion must be rejected. We on this side of the House have every confidence in Mr. Patterson. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I now call on the Honorable Minister of Public Works to make his contribution.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, honor belongs to those who never forsake the truth, even when things look dark and grim. There is honor in humility. Mr. Speaker, whenever you see people attacking the messenger, they know they have lost the debate. Leadership is about taking responsibility, not making excuses. The fact that we are here this morning is an indictment on the political leadership of the opposition. This matter should have been resolved by the political leadership of the opposition. And the fact that this government has to bring a motion to bring some semblance of order to the functioning of a standing committee clearly says to the people of Guyana, leadership is in crisis in the political opposition. Mr. Speaker, it was said by one wise man, if you want to direct the orchestra, you got to turn your back to the crowd. To provide leadership often means that you have to turn your back to the crowd so that you could direct the orchestra. Leadership is what is the problem here this morning. I stand, sir, to support the motion moved by my honorable colleague, Madam Gail Teixeira, Minister of Governance and Parliamentary Affairs. And Mr. Speaker, let me use my time wisely. Members of the opposition said that there was no justification, and we just merely said certain issues arose and that we were making flimsy, spurious, vindictive, unmeritorious claims of why this motion is necessary. Mr. Speaker, I admit that this motion is grave, it is extreme, but it is very necessary. Yes, it is grave. Yes, it is an extreme measure, maybe unprecedented, but it's necessary. The Auditor General at page 143 of the audit report of 2016, paragraph 310, wrote, including in the sums of 77.383 million is a contract awarded by the National Procurement and Tender Administration Board in December of 2016 to the sole bidder in the sum of 72.264 million to an overseas supplier for the supply and delivery of 3 motion scales with a delivery period for 90 days. The contract provided for an advance payment of 50% of the contract sum within 30 days of the signing of the contract and the balance on delivery. An audit examination revealed that the contract had no signature of witnesses. The contract was not dated. The National Procurement and Tender Administration Board number was not stated. As of the 31st of December 2016, the full contract sum was paid. It was also observed that a performance bond was not presented for audit examination. Further, at the time of the audit in September 2017, the scales have not been delivered. There was no evidence to show that an addendum to this contract was prepared. So this was a matter of the missing scales. Mr. Speaker, the ministry's response to the Public Accounts Committee stated the following. November 2015, 2016, bids were invited through the national competitive bidding process, but no bids were received. December 13, 2016, Ministry wrote the National Procurement and Administration Board requesting sole sourcing to NevPro Realization Limited. NevPro Realization Limited. Quotation had no date nor company stamp. So you had a contract without date, no signature of witnesses. Now we have a sole sourcing of a contract. The quotation had no date. The company stamp was not there. December 2016, Minister of Finance submitted cabinet paper requesting no objection to procure scale via sole sourcing, citing the following. No bids were submitted through the national competitive bidding. Urgent need for the scales. The supplier, NevPro Realization, is a reputable company that has been in operation for over 15 years. December 30, 2016, Cabinet no objection was issued. December 30, 2016, NPTAB letter of award was issued. December 6, 2016, the contract signed. Notice, NPTAB offers no objection. Cabinet offers no objection on December 30th. NPTAB letter of award December 30th, but the contract was signed December 6th. Who was the minister responsible for this sector? The Honorable David Patterson, Chairman of the Public Accounts Committee. So there was an arrangement for the purchase of scales from a company called NevPro Realization. The entire contract sum is paid, the scales not delivered, and as I speak tonight, they're still not in the possession of the ministry that paid the money for these scales. And it was paid to a company called NevPro. Mr. Speaker, the directors of NevPro are Coyote Stewart and Alston Stewart.
Honorable Minister, I don't think those honorable people are here to defend themselves, so if you could change the line of your presentation a bit.
Thank very much, sir. I'm so guided. NEFPRO is a company out of Jamaica that is owned by someone who, when he was engaged in an incident in Trinidad where ammunition was found in his luggage, ammunition, a statement was issued blaming the PPPC of attempting to twist an unfortunate but innocent incident to give the impression that there was a sinister plot to smuggle ammunition as I was on my way to Guyana for pre-arranged meetings as an AFC election strategist. So this is the issue here, Mr. Speaker. We are buying the General Secretary of a party who is the minister in a government is buying scales that have not yet been delivered, where there are irregular transactions as it relates to the award of the contract, the date of the contract, the witnesses to the contract, the full contract sum being paid, and the person who is being paid is telling the world, I am the election strategist for that party. The Public Accounts Committee, Mr. Chairman, is a committee where public officers have to come and answer for their stewardship. And when public officers come to answer for their stewardship, we who sit in that committee must not be the laughing stock of the public. And that is why we are demanding decency, integrity, and upholding good governance. And that is why this motion is necessary. Mr. Speaker, not only did the gentleman who we are buying the scales from say that he's an AFC election strategist, but the then leader of the AFC visiting Jamaica at the time of cricket gave an interview with a newspaper, and this is what he said. And I'm quoting, sir, from the Observer, Jamaica Observer. Among the benefits of the close association with the PNP, Truckman insists, was the loan to Guyana of senior PNP election strategist, media owner, and I leave out the name to comply with the rules, who was the driving force behind the coalition's narrow 5,360 vote win over the long-standing People's Progressive Party Civic, which had ruled Guyana for 23 years prior to the May general elections. So, the Auditor General is citing an irregular transaction, public monies that have been spent, given, the word used, loaned. The scales are not here. And the personalities involved is the General Secretary of the party, where the leader of the party has said that the vendor is a political strategist, and the man himself says he is a political strategist for that political party. And up until now, we don't have the skills. So the question could be asked, was this a facilitating of payment for services rendered in the name of buying a scale. They have not. They're not in the possession of the ministry.
But they are fully paid for?
Mr. Speaker, so my support of this motion is not based upon the disclosures that I made earlier. And this has nothing to do with court cases, sir. In this envelope, every one of these are vouchers. Vouchers that show ministers, including the chairman of the Public Accounts Committee while he served as a minister, using statutory bodies to finance activities that the national budget through appropriations cater for. For example, upgrade of tickets for travel, being paid by statutory bodies, $3 million. The purchase of furniture for minister's office, which is catered for in the Appropriations Act, and it is also paid for by statutory bodies. Gifts of jewelry in excess of millions of dollars paid for by statutory bodies. Ministers and members of parliament receive laptops and cell phones through the parliament, bought for by statutory bodies. The person who presided over that regime is the person who is sitting as the chairman of the Public Accounts Committee, where these statutory officers have to come and account for their stewardship. And we're going to be asking questions and they're going to be giggling. Look at these hypocrites. Look at these people. We are all compromised. We are all made into a position where we are brought into disrepute. And all we are saying, sir, you can't pontificate on the high altar of morality and lecture us when your record is what I hold in my hands tonight. Mr. Speaker, these matters are already known in the public. And when the disclosure was made, sir, about these excessive gift buying and presentation of gifts from agencies that fall under the honorable member at the time when he was minister, what was the first thing? He said nothing of the sort. He don't even like gold. He don't wear jewelry until he was photographed in the very parliament speaking with jewelry on his hands. And then he engaged the services of a public relations firm to do what they know best, spin narratives, insulting the collective wisdom and intelligence of the Guyanese people who see through these things what we will never admit. So what we have is a situation where we're all under question. I want to address the issue of the 19 fraud charges. And the honorable member, Ms. Chandan, should have been here to hear this. She said she was a former member of the bench. I never sat on the bench, and I'm not qualified as a lawyer. But I can tell you this, Mr. Speaker, I'm a mature person of reasonable understanding. I'm a mature person of reasonable understanding. None of the issues raised against the last chairman of the PAC derived its substance from an Auditor General's report. The issues that we are raising with the chairman of this PAC is not political gaffe. It's coming from the Auditor General's report that is being examined. Let me also nail this line. Let us also...
Honorable Minister, thank you very much. You withdraw that?
Let me also nail this misinformation, that we are trying to stymie the work of the Public Accounts Committee, and we are trying to hide from scrutiny. Mr. Chairman, I know you're a very learned and experienced man in the public accounts. We are examining the public accounts of 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019. All years that the APNU AFC were in government. We are examining their stewardship. We are examining queries that came as a result of policy direction given to public officers to act that resulted in audit queries. We are examining violations of the Fiscal Management and Accountability Act and queries that were raised in the audit report. Not of the PPPC, Mr. and Honorable Member, but of the APNU plus AFC. Mr. Chairman, the issue here is that we cannot see a zombie behind every bush. From day one, we said to the Honorable Member, recuse yourself. Resign as the chairman. You could remain on the committee. Act with honor. There is honor in humility, sir. There is honor in humility. Mr. Speaker, I want to record for the Hansard. The committee became a place where members of the opposition used it to personally insult, use invectives, inappropriate language, and make accusations against government members, including myself and Madam Gail Teixeira. Shameless display of desperation when they realized that they were caught in a vortex. Rather than face the reality that we have a challenge to deal with, they attacked the messengers. And Mr. Speaker, the record of the committees will show no less than 15 times I had to say to the chairman, Mr. Patterson, I will not be bullied by you. Because when he realized that he's caught in a very precarious situation, the tactic of himself, aided and abetted by Mr. Mahi Paul, and Charita Fernandez, and Jermaine Figueroa, the honorable members, aided and abetted by them, they sought to get into things extraneous to the work of the committee, to hurl insults, and to bully their way. Mr. Chairman, this matter could have been resolved at the level of the committee. So after we were bullied, insulted, but like a rhinoceros, we took our burns and abuses with good stead. We remained on a principled path and said, there is a procedural way, there is a parliamentary way, there is a principled way to deal with this matter. And the way that we chose was the way of a motion. Mr. Speaker, It is not correct for me to drag public officers into a debate, or even to speak into the debate like I saw honorable members were doing here today. But, Mr. Speaker, I hung my head in shame that even when the clerk of the National Assembly was summoned to lend some advice, and he got advice from an independent legal expert, Mr. Patterson, the interested party, the chairman of the committee, accused the clerk of getting what we did not ask for, accused the clerk of going into an excursion in a manner that the committee did not request, and almost impute that the clerk said specific things to the lawyer in order to get a certain outcome in the opinion. That was the nature of the debate at the level of the committee. Desperation. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Clerk, as he always does, indicated I'm only here to offer advice, and in a very humble, polite, and professional way, departed. After that, sir, and we had a delay of meetings for a few weeks, aided and abetted with an opinion from Mr. Ramjatan requested by members of the honorable member, by members of the opposition. They now summoned the Public Accounts Committee. And you know what they intended to do, sir? To behave as if there was no motion before the committee. It was not on the agenda. We have to fight to get it back on the agenda. When we get it on the agenda, it is hysteric. The gentleman is chairing the meetings, and while we are saying, when we broke at a particular point, we need to start from that point. He used his position of the chair to direct what he was doing. And Mr. Speaker, forget about everything else that I have said before. The audit report, the concerns, the betrayal of the public trust, the disclosures that were made, the denials, the public opinion, the way we were brought into disrepute, the comments that were made publicly about us. Because as a committee, we function as a committee. The conduct of the chairman after those events alone warrants is grave, extreme, and necessary action tonight. Mr. Speaker, what we are seeking to do by way of this motion is to simply say to the opposition, including the leader of the opposition, we cannot choose your members that sit on any committee. That's your prerogative through a process that comes through the committee of selection. But we have a problem. The person who is currently serving as chairman of the Public Accounts Committee is putting us, and as a subset of this National Assembly, is putting the entire National Assembly under a cloud, question, and can bring our work into disrepute and cause us to be looked upon as dishonorable in the eyes of the public. We need to preserve the integrity of this august assembly. This action is to ensure that we preserve that, sir. Mr. Speaker, I noted your correspondence that you sent to the honorable member, which give guidance that the motion must be put. We could have settled this matter without this 4 o'clock in the morning discourse and vote. But Mr. Speaker, we have a people who believe that they could continually spin narratives to a section of the population who somehow they believe them. There's a group that believes that might is right. And sir, tonight is not about settling scores. It's about bringing order to a committee and restoring the high standards and principles of a standing committee to ensure good governance, the rule of law, transparency, and accountability. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipal.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am fighting myself to agree that it's necessary to go to church. Sir, I am reminded that not everyone who goes to church knows God. And I believe it was very much demonstrated in the previous speaker. But sir, I will attempt with the limited time available to me to clarify some of the misinformation that was brought to this honorable house by the speakers on the other side. As I stand before you to make my contributions, sir, to this vexatious, ill-conceived, malevolent, and wicked motion. Sir, it is extremely sad that the people of Guyana will wake up this morning and the headlines will read, PPPC demolishes the guardrails of parliamentary democracy. Sir, we as a people, we have come very far, and one would have expected that the guardrails of democracy, parliamentary democracy, would have been protected and not abused by a mere two-seat majority. And it is very unfortunate that it is being done, sir, against the backdrop of questionable votes. Sir, I want to start with the Honorable Gail Teixeira, the Minister of Parliamentary Affairs and Governance. And you know, sir, as a senior member, the honorable member is a senior member in the House, we young people oftentimes look to these senior members for guidance, and we look to them for that guidance because we believe that they possess it. But for too many times we have found that oftentimes these senior members, they present a series of bluff, and we oftentimes draw the conclusion that it's bluff coming from a fluff. Honorable Speaker, the first time this motion was introduced to the Public Accounts Committee was on February 1, 2021. And the second whereas clause in this motion says, and whereas at the 6th meeting of the Public Accounts Committee on February 1, 2021, following certain exposures during the examination of the 2016 Auditor General reports, a motion was moved by Honorable Gail Teixeira. Sir, this is the Hansard of the National Assembly of the first session of the 12th Parliament of Guyana 2020-2021 record of the proceedings of the Public Accounts Committee held on the February 1, 2021, 6th meeting, 10:08 a.m. Sir, the motion is saying that following exposures during the 2016 Auditor General report, a motion was moved by Minister Gail Teixeira. The first action on this record here, sir, motion to remove the chairman of the Public Accounts Committee. So where was the exposure in this meeting? Where was the exposure of the 2016 Auditor General's report that is mentioned in the second whereas clause, where the Honorable Minister said in her document that after those exposures at the 6th meeting, then she filed the motion. But we have the evidence here. The evidence shows that after circulation of documents, we had correction and confirmation of minutes of the meeting that was held in January, and immediately as we were about to go into examination of these agencies, the Honorable Minister stood and moved a motion. And the motion that she moved was simply saying, we have no confidence in the Honorable Chairman and he should be removed. That's all. That is all that it said. And we kept insisting, sir, we kept insisting that you need to present at least some amount of reasoning behind your motion. Because if we are going to accept just the fact that you're saying you don't have confidence, then you can very well do that in any other person. So how can the highest decision-making body move to accept a two-line motion that says we don't have confidence in Mr. Patterson, honorable member, and then decide to say that he should resign? And we should accept that? We should accept that? Are we in nursery school here, sir? Are we in primary school? Are we bringing those mistakes here? Sir, we are supposed to have some amount of ability to justify our actions, justify our movement, justify what we stand strong for. But we did not get that from the honorable member. So we kept asking, which standing order are you bringing this motion to remove David Patterson, honorable member, as chairman of the Public Accounts Committee? We kept asking that question, which standing order, which standing order, which standing order? There was an answer. There was an answer from the Honorable Gail Teixeira, and she said, could I suggest to the members that they could look at standing order 30H? So she's bringing the motion on to remove David Patterson as chairman under standing order 30H. Well, let us see what standing order 30H says. 30, exemption from notice, because we were questioning, how can you just bring a motion like that? And she said she brought it, sir, under standing order 30H. Standing order 30H, unless the standing orders otherwise provide, notice shall be given of any motion which is proposed to be made with the exception of the following. And there are a number here, but I'm going to go specifically to H. A motion for the suspension of a member. Now tell me, Honorable Priya Manikchand, Minister of Education, a motion for the removal of a chairperson from a committee, is that the same as a motion for the suspension of a member. This is strict and standard English. The motion that the honorable member brought was a motion saying that they have no confidence in the honorable member and they will like him to be removed as chairman of the Public Accounts Committee. But how can you mislead the members of this honorable house, the young members who are here not for a full year as yet, who are looking to you for guidance, sir, who you are expected to provide that level of guidance so that we can continue to do what is right and follow the teachings of our documents. Standing Order 30H speaks to the suspension of a member. So if you are bringing that motion on the 30H, then it is for what you're seeking, and that is removing David Patterson completely. Or if it is as you claim, for the removal of the chairman, then it had to have some merit and some justification, and it must fall within the standing orders. And nowhere on the exemption from notice does it say that you have that authority to bring a motion to remove the chairman of a standing committee, more so the chairman of the Public Accounts Committee. So I want to put that first of all at rest, sir. Sir, there is another whereas clause here that says the chairperson, having not agreed to resign, the motion was then moved and supported by the majority of members for the removal of the chairperson. That is another inaccuracy. And we cannot continue, sir, to mislead the members of this House and mislead the nation at large. That is why I am very, very happy that there is a Hansard in the National Assembly where it records word for word. Sir, when the motion was put, because we wanted clarity on the admissibility of the motion, and we wanted to ensure that it falls within the confines of the standing order, there was a back and forth discourse. The People's Progressive Party side held their position, which was one that was clearly misleading, because from the outset, the motion was brought under the wrong standing order, even though senior members held out that the motion was in the correct order. And we maintained that it was not fitting to come to the committee with such a motion. And we stick to that position, and to this date, because we are guided by the English language, which is what is written in this standing order, which is the Bible of this National Assembly, which is what we have to practice in this National Assembly to guide us. That is what we are guided by. So I still hold to the view, and I'm sure sensible and firm members that believe in these standing orders will hold to the same principle. And that is that the motion is ill-conceived, it is vexatious, it is malevolent, and it is wicked. Sir, the Honorable Gail Teixeira said also that from the time the PAC was formed, the chairman was doing what he wants against the standing orders. Sir, if you examine all these records of the PAC, you would see that the member that spoke the most in the PAC meetings is the Honorable Gail Teixeira. The member that spoke the most was the Honorable Gail Teixeira, followed by the Honorable Bishop Edghill. I remember at one time, and Honorable Jormin Figuera is my witness, Honorable Director of Finance is my witness, and if the other members on that side of the house wants to be honest, I at one time had to tell the chairman that, sir, it seems as though you're not recognizing me to speak because you constantly have Honorable Teixeira speaking and you're not giving us the chance to. And almost every time Honorable Teixeira puts on her mic to speak, she gets the opportunity to do so. So how can you say that the honorable member was doing what he is not supposed to do? Sir, Honorable Gail Teixeira said that members called her old and they were disrespectful. I heard the honorable member, Mr. Edghill, also said that personal insults and language were used to bring their reputation into disrepute. Sir, I don't know if I'm in order, but I want to tell you what transpired at the Public Accounts Committee. Sir, I stand here this morning at 4 o'clock, and the Honorable Bishop told me at that meeting that my bones shall rotten and ants shall eat it. And he's accepting that he did there, sir. Sir, the Honorable Teixeira showed me the middle finger 2 times after I was questioning on the legality and admissibility of this motion. At one time when the Honorable Teixeira got up, I asked her where she's going. We're not finished. She says she don't tell her husband where she does go. What she got to tell me for? Carry your so and so. And you're talking about insult. And you're talking about hurling remarks that brings your image and your name into disrepute. Sir, we have to be honest and we cannot be making up stories. So when we speak, we must always remember that there are others to speak to. And if I am misleading you here, sir, then they are free to stand and object on a point of order. Because, like I said, the record is available. And I believe that there was a video along the line, sir. Sir, Honorable Gail Teixeira said that Mr. Patterson disrespected the Speaker and Clerk. At no time, and the Clerk of the National Assembly is here, at no time, sir, was the Honorable David Patterson disrespectful to the Clerk, and more so you. And I want to put on record the APNU-AFC coalition in this House has the utmost respect for you and your chair and the Clerk of the National Assembly. And we will continue to have that respect for your office, you as an individual, the clerk's office, and the clerk as an individual. Sir, I want to say to you that when Mr. Patterson honorable member, communicated with you concerning the asterisk that seems to draw all the attention, you did right. I received your communication via email, and I received subsequently a hard copy. I believe Honorable Jormin Figuera and Honorable Director of Finance also received it. Sir, the Honorable David Patterson didn't fail to call a PAC meeting after you wrote. You would recall, sir, that it was you who said in a document that because of the COVID-19 pandemic and because a number of staff members were tested positive, we will have a suspension of meetings of standing committees and select committees until it becomes stable or return to some level of normalcy. And that is what caused that gap or that is what caused that space from us reaching as a Public Accounts Committee so that your letter could be formally tabled at the PAC and be dealt with. So to assume that there was disrespect and disregard to your high office and your learned guidance, it is misleading, sir. It is misleading. So let me assure you, sir, that it is not the truth. Sir, the Honorable Dr. Mahadiu, Dr. Vishwa Mahadiu, democracy will prevail and no bullyism will derail it. Sir, democracy is dead in Guyana. This motion is merely us casting the tomb to ensure that democracy doesn't come out. But when the election is called again and the people go to the polls, they will break out of that tomb and they will return the APNU-AFC. And democracy will rise again and rise stronger than ever. Because the people of this country will be the ultimate judge and recognize who really is responsible for the hardship that they are currently facing in this country. Imagine at 4:10 in the morning of Tuesday, the 15th, 2021, we have to be standing here debating a motion that is null and void and cannot hold water, instead of dealing with the situation that is on the ground. Hundreds of people are suffering from flooding. Cost of living is going up every day. Sugar that is produced in this country, we now have to pay $200 a pound when it was $80 a pound back in August. Toilet paper gone up, Edo gone up, potato gone up, Bora gone up, everything gone up. And you know what ain't gone up? The people's salary. Taxpayers' salary. And there seems to be no cause for worry on that side of the Honorable House. Sir, the poor people of this country are suffering. They are crying to us. Day and night they are communicating with us. They are visiting our office and they are making their voices be heard to us. Sir, there are many people that want a change and they will get it. It is unfortunate that they did vote for us, I keep saying that, because we keep walking this country and we keep hearing what they say and we keep getting their support. It is very shocking that there were 49 ballot boxes, sir, with no statutory documentation to verify the votes in those boxes at the last election that we had. Sir, it is very shocking also that there were persons whose names are known to no longer be in existence, they're dead, but their names were ticked off and they were registered as having voted. There are also persons who migrated from this country and did not return on or before March 2nd, 2021, but their names are also recorded as voted. Sir, there were missing poll books, there were missing oaths of identity, there were unsigned oaths of identity. Sir, the election 2020 was riddled with anomalies, abnormalities, irregularities, and it was basically systemic fraud. So that is why we keep harping.
I will have to ask you to withdraw those two words.
I withdraw, sir, and I say invalid votes. Sir, the Honorable Dharam Kumar Siraj, who I know having interacted with him at the PAC, does not really and truly in his heart want to support this motion. And I know that he genuinely understands that David Patterson, the honorable member, is the right man for the job. And I know that, sir, his religious conviction and teaching is guiding him. But I'm not sure if he will be able to do the honorable thing, or if he will be able to stand as a man and represent his belief, because he is guided by his political party, and maybe he is fearful that if he does go against their standing, he may lose the advisory position he holds at the Ministry of Local Government and Regional Development. Sir, the Honorable Sanjeev Dattadin, well, I listened to him very well, and I want to assure the Honorable Attorney General Anil Nandalal, you need not fear. You need not fear, Honorable Anil Nandalal. He said, sir, Honorable Sanjeev Dattadin, that this motion is about taking away the chairmanship from one man because he doesn't want to do what he is supposed to do. Well, what is it that David Patterson is supposed to do, the honorable member? David Patterson, the honorable member, comes to the PAC, sits in the chair, awaits a quorum, and in fact, if we do recall, David Patterson always awaits the arrival of Gail Teixeira, honorable member, Bishop Edgell, honorable member, Dharm Kumar Siraj, honorable member, Sanjeev Dattadin, honorable member, and Dr. Vishwa Mahadio, honorable member. He always awaits them. Why you think all our meetings, they start very late? The 7th meeting started at 10:34, and we were there from since 9:30. All of us are there from 9:30, awaiting the start of PAC. We know it starts at 10 o'clock. The quorum for a PAC is 3 members. The chair and 2 can start the meeting. But the honorable thing that man does, the Honorable David Patterson, and he waits on the arrival of the membership of the People's Progressive Party. And you are coming to say that he is doing what he's not supposed to do. What is he not supposed to do? Not wait on you? Sir, I don't know what else. He comes, David Patterson, the honorable member comes, he takes his seat, and the clerk of committee sits next to him, and the other staff are there. And the people who sit there are right in this honorable house, and they can testify to what I'm saying. Maybe they are fearful to do so, but they can pray over it for forgiveness. Sir, when he sits there, he is guided by the clerk of committee. And every action he took was in keeping with the guidance that was provided by the clerk of committee. And what caused us to ask the clerk of the National Assembly to come and provide guidance was because we did not find satisfaction with the admissibility of the motion. And when the clerk came, the clerk did provide, sir, the guidance. And what the clerk said, and I have to complete my presentation, sir, because I shouldn't say that. Sir, what the clerk said is that you cannot bring a no confidence motion in a standing committee. He said an ordinary motion can come, but you cannot bring a motion of no confidence, and that is in the record. Further to that, sir, what the clerk said was that it has to go, the motion. So it was the Honorable Edgell who said in the PAC that David Patterson, the honorable member, should not participate and he should recuse himself. That is why he recused himself. And when he recused himself, no member from our side took the chair, so we were without a chair. And the clerk said that he got to seek advice on how we will proceed with the matter. And we asked him to go and seek the advice whether Standing Order 95-4 overrides Standing Order 82-2. And he came back, the clerk came back with the guidance. And what was the guidance? Standing Order 95-4 does not override Standing Order 82-2. That was the guidance that was provided. The Honorable Edghill keeps referencing the Auditor General's report. The Auditor General questions the accounting officer, the permanent secretary, not the minister. It is the accounting officer, and the same way, sir, as I wrap up, the same way how they talk about the scales that didn't come. We examined 2013 and 2014 when we saw millions of dollars that were paid to the contractor to deal with the East Coast Highway Road, and more than 50% was paid when the road didn't even start, and Honorable Robertson Ben was the minister at that time. Then if we want to talk about scales, let us talk about the 2013 and 2014 Auditor General's report, where millions of dollars were given to the contractor and no proper work was done. So when you want to take shades out of people's eye, look into your own one. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Member, Mr. Deputy Speaker, Mr. Lennox Schumann.
Mr. Speaker, good morning.
Good morning.
And colleagues in the House, good morning. Mr. Speaker, before I start into addressing the matter on order, can you hear me, sir?
Yes.
I wish to first express sincere condolences to the families who would have lost loved ones through COVID. And I also take this opportunity to plead with everyone listening to think of their loved ones, their neighbors, their family, and friends, and what COVID has done to the world, and get vaccinated. It may not be the perfect solution, but it is better than having nothing. And I say a very sincere thank you to all the hardworking and dedicated medical staff and family members caring for those affected. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, I wish to express my support for and solidarity with all those who have been affected by the floods. All the families who would have lost their loved ones, lost their homes, my Indigenous sisters and brothers, the farmers who would have lost their crops and livestock, the miners, the business people. The times are difficult, but this too shall pass, and support is on its way. To the hardworking staff of the CDC, community leaders, and you, my colleagues, on both sides of the House, thank you for reaching out to the communities affected. Mr. Speaker, here is where I wish to make my entry into this very relevant and serious discussion. This motion represents the precise reason why I had asked the Honorable Raphael Trotman to be a member of the PAC, because events like these were foreseen. We just finished debating a supplementary budget of $23.267 billion to support flood relief efforts, among other things. $23+ billion, Mr. Speaker. And we have a responsibility to ensure the public's purse is not misused or mismanaged. Yesterday, I reacquainted myself with the functions of the Public Accounts Committee and its mandate. Sometimes we tend to forget these things. And one part of it said to reduce government being frivolous and ensure monies are not spent outside of the budget, to paraphrase. Not spent outside of the budgeted items. Mr. Speaker, one word that is not mentioned there is integrity, but it is implied in several ways. Just by being part of this honorable House, we are expected to be of the highest integrity. By speaking of the public's purse and its uses, one can only hold the government accountable if they themselves are accountable and have integrity. Take, for example, Mr. Speaker, when monies are set aside for COVID relief and that money is spent, the government must be held accountable. When over $1 billion is spent on Durban Park, 1.3 trillion in a government's 4-year tenure in office, and next to nothing to show for it, they must be held accountable. Is it that the chair is afraid that scrutinizing the numbers will show that addition and math problems extend far beyond determining simple majorities? When a government spends tax dollars to fight cases all the way to the CCJ to try to subvert the rule of law, the public needs to know it is the taxpayers' monies. When the government comes to Parliament and asks for additional billions in supplementary budget, the government must be held accountable. But we cannot hold the government accountable when we are on our heels. In accountability and integrity, we must have a forward footing. These, Mr. Speaker, must come from a place of integrity. If we lose our integrity in the process, we reduce this House to a farce. I sat and listened to some of my colleagues go on frolics about parliamentary procedures. Mr. Speaker, I wish to bring to this House's attention every single order paper presented in Parliament. And it is a matter of record. A staple on every order paper is report from committees. This by itself implies that committees have a responsibility to this House. This House is the highest in the land, and committees are instruments of this House. And by these virtues, this House has a responsibility to ensure its instruments do not go rogue and hold up the country's business. Mr. Speaker, I have said on many occasions, if we want the best from society, we must give the best of ourselves to society and this country. And that starts with good leadership, and that must be present in this House. If we disobey the very rules that were meant to keep our structures up, then what role models are we to the children of this nation who look up to us? And what do we, in turn, expect from society when our behavior is so offensive to the rules as laid out? Mr. Speaker, this House was meant to have the highest caliber of persons with good morals, sound aptitude, and judgment. In this House is meant to reside the role models and leaders of our country who should lead with respect for the rule of law and respect for the policies and procedures as laid out by our very own parliamentary documents. One person should not hold up the country's business because they do not want the public to know what transpired under their tenure. Whether it is $1 or $1.3 trillion, the public must know how their monies were spent. Mr. Speaker, we have records from 2016 all the way up to the soon-to-be concluded 2021 that will have to be brought to this House, and we have to ensure the public's monies are accounted for, and that the Public Accounts Committee continues to be the first accountable mechanism for doing so. This is not a motion to replace the opposition as chair of the committee. It is a motion to remove a member of the opposition to ensure that the PAC functions per the rules laid out for us. And, Mr. Speaker, the rules laid out says that the chairman must come from the main opposition. So this accusation that seems to emanate from my colleagues in the opposition that myself would want to replace any member on that side is unfounded and false, and it needs to be dispatched immediately. Once again, I plead with my colleagues on this side of the House, let us up our game. It is the only way to hold the government accountable, and the people expect it of us. I support this motion to have the Honorable David Patterson replaced as the chair of the Public Accounts Committee and for a new chair to be elected. This position of holding the nation hostage via the PAC reminds me of what transpired through the 5 arduous months in the elections of 2020. And I say this to my colleagues, it is unsustainable and untenable. And it is time we changed how we move forward in doing the country's business. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
The Honourable Member, Mr. Roysdale Ford.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker.
Good morning.
Good morning, colleagues. Mr. Speaker, it's now 4:27, and despite the number of hours that we've been debating this motion, my task as the last speaker on this side of the House has been made quite easy. It has been made quite easy, Mr. Speaker, because of the nature of the presentations which would have been made by my colleagues. Your Honor, Mr. Speaker, it is clear that there is no substance to the allegations which form the basis of this motion. Mr. Mahipal, Honorable Member, did a phenomenal job, Mr. Speaker, of demonstrating clearly for the nation and for this House and for every person around the world who would want to follow such a travesty that there's absolutely no basis in fact for the motion. Mr. Speaker, it is also proper, perhaps by coincidence, that this is the hour that this motion is being debated, in the dark of the night, because it is unfit, Mr. Speaker, to see the light of day. This motion represents, Mr. Speaker, another manifestation of the installed government's intention to control and bully every institution, and I mean every institution and every office in Guyana, so as to create an autocratic, ethnocratic, and dictatorial state. Mr. Speaker, this is another manifestation of the installed government's intention to seek domination over every institution and office, which is meant to secure oversight over government actions and to provide transparency. The installed government, by this motion, Mr. Speaker, is yet again seeking to demolish or compromise every system of check and balance which was established by the Constitution and or by convention by which a government of this country is to be held accountable. Mr. Speaker, I've already adverted to the fact that there's no factual basis which had been laid out. Mr. Mahipal explained to every person present here and listening that first, Mr. Speaker, that Mr. David Patterson, Honorable Member, could not have been guilty of the matter set out in the motion. Mr. Mahipal, Honorable Member, didn't stand up here and speak out of his head, out of a hat. It appears as if the honorable member, the move of the motion, Mr. Shearer, forgot that there were minutes and records which would detail what would have happened in those meetings. And I'm sure, Mr. Speaker, when I reflected on your letter, I wondered what would have caused the Honorable Speaker to write a letter of the language that it bore and at the time of the process of what was unfolding. And having listened to Mr. Mahipal, listened to the Honorable Mr. Mahipal, I'm convinced, Mr. Speaker, that you must have been misled. You must have been misled. Because the revelations, Mr. Speaker, are so far from the context in which your letter would have appeared. So, Mr. Speaker, when we turn to the motion now, I respectfully submit on this side of the House, with the overwhelming support of all my colleagues, that the motion is misconceived and downright silly. Mr. Speaker, the standing orders do not provide for the removal of a chair of a committee. That was why they encountered a number of problems over the number of meetings that the learned friend, Mr. Ramjatan, referred to, that Mr. Mahipal referred to. They were asked to produce and point to the motion, the source of the motion. It could not have been identified. Mr. Speaker, you would know that when our standing orders are silent, we rely on those used by the House of Commons of the United Kingdom. Mr. Ramjatan referred to Standing Order 122C of the United Kingdom. And it relates to this, Mr. Speaker, that a committee may resolve that it has no confidence in a chair, but a motion to that effect must be agreed without a decision of the majority of the membership of the committee, including at least 2 members from the largest committee or the party from the largest party, and at least 1 member from another party in favor of the opposition. Mr. Speaker, we can't cherry pick on what we want to accept as our inheritance as a parliamentary system. Mr. Speaker, the British tradition recognized and included such a provision to prevent exactly the same type of situations like this. Even though a party would be in the majority in the House, in the context of an operation of a committee, they wanted to ensure that there is not the tyranny of the majority in the committee. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, the first place for the moving of a motion is in the committee. Now, this rule, Mr. Speaker, has not been applied. It has not been complied with. It has not even been attempted to be brought before the committee. And I observe, Mr. Speaker, in your letter to the chair, there was no mention to what rule under which this chair should have entertained the motion. It says, Mr. Speaker, that after the motion is passed in the committee, a resolution of no confidence is presented to the House, whereupon the Speaker declares the chair vacant and announces a date for the election for a replacement. That is the context, Mr. Speaker, of the operation, of the convention, of the tradition in the British parliamentary system that we seek to copy and mimic in many respects. Mr. Speaker, as I said before, there's no rule, no standing order, no convention, and no precedent before this assembly. We are transiting to deep, far, and troubled waters. Mr. Speaker, despite the years of experience by the move of this motion, despite the fact that there are many references to the fact that this would have happened in different parts of the Commonwealth, at 25-5, we still have not heard a single situation where this happened. You know, Mr. Speaker, you will be told probably by the move of the motion that Standing Order 122C has no application. Has no application to this situation because it deals only with circumstances where the House itself elects a chairman. But Mr. Speaker, I know that you're an avid reader and follower of parliamentary affairs, and I invite the Speaker in your time to consider the operations of the Liaison Committee of the House of Commons. It is not one of the committees that fall directly to be governed under 122C. And there are articles, Mr. Speaker, which indicate that even in relation to the operation of those committees, they must comply with Standing Order 122C of the Standing Orders of the British House of Commons. So, Mr. Speaker, we have succeeded in turning this motion on its head. It was a very easy task, Mr. Speaker. We have in fact demonstrated that the bullyism, Mr. Speaker, that the bullyism is in fact on the part of the installed government. This is where it lies, Mr. Speaker. The chair of the Public Accounts Committee was not elected. He was not appointed by this assembly, Mr. Speaker. As a matter of common sense, the assembly resolution that it has no confidence in the chair cannot result in the removal of the chair. So, Mr. Speaker, there's no precedent for this dubious and concerning development. Mr. Speaker, as you are aware, the principal purpose of the Public Accounts Committee is to hold the executive to account for its use of public money. The Public Accounts Committee is to keep watch and to provide oversight on the spending and performance of the government, to bring to the public's attention inefficiencies, wasteful expenditure, poor implementation and execution of policies and programs approved by the Parliament. The Public Accounts Committee is also empowered to make recommendations for the effective and efficient implementation of policies and programs. The executive, Mr. Speaker, is seeking to use its majority in this House to remove the chair of the committee that exercises important oversight functions on the executive spending without complying with the safeguard, without the support of an opposition member. The plan of the installed government, Mr. Speaker, is obvious. When they look over the opposition, at least the 31 of the 32 members of the opposition, they see people who would expose them day and night, Sunday to Sunday, from January to December. But that 32nd member, Mr. Speaker, is the apple of their eyes. He's their opposition member, Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Lennox Schumann, a member of the executive and government who happens to sit on the opposition. Mr. Speaker, for the past hours from midnight, we could listen. No, you leave them home. You have them home by you. Mr. Speaker, we have listened to all of them. We have listened to all the speakers of the government. And it's very interesting, Mr. Speaker. We could listen to them carefully. What they're planning to do, Mr. Speaker, and this is just the first wave, what they're planning to do is ultimately to amend the standing orders to remove the fact that the chairman must come from the main opposition. But we want them to know tonight, we honor them. This is not about moving the chairmanship from the opposition to the government. You would have heard them say repeatedly that all we're trying to do here is to keep the chair in the opposition. But none of them have said that we're trying to keep the chair with the main opposition. Every single one of them. So, Mr. Speaker, the honorable member, Mr. Schumann, despite what he said a few minutes ago, as far as I recall, and I could be incorrect, but I have quite a good memory, unlike my learned friend who's sleeping away there. Mr. Schumann has already expressed an interest in being on and on the chair of the Public Accounts Committee. He has said that before. He said it before. Mr. Speaker, you can't have a proxy, a puppet, an instrumentality of an installed government occupying the chair of the Public Accounts Committee. You're putting a cat to watch milk. To achieve this, Mr. Speaker, the installed government would have to change the standing orders, which would provide that the chair must come not from the main opposition, but to the opposition. Let me remind this assembly, Mr. Speaker, and you would recall as an experienced parliamentarian, that it was the same PPPC that insisted that the chair must come from the main opposition and not the opposition when they wanted to shut out the minor opposition party at the time, the AFC and the WPA, from assuming the chair of the Public Accounts Committee. Mr. Speaker, the charges against the Honorable Patterson are completely trumped up. The minutes, as I said before, Mr. Speaker, demonstrate that there is without any substance to the allegation that he has no respect for the Speaker. The motion alleges that he is prepared to disobey the letter of the Speaker. But my friend and the Honorable Member, Mr. Manish Mahipal, put that out to sea. The Honorable Teixeira, Mr. Teixeira, must have forgotten that it was the Speaker who on the 17th day of April 2021 suspended all the sittings of the committee, and on the 3rd of May 2021, by letter you wrote Mr. Patterson informing him to put this matter before the committee to the motion. So when was he to put the motion, Mr. Speaker? How could that constitute an allegation against him when there was no opportunity, up to now, no opportunity for him to put the motion before the House? I'm disappointed, Mr. Speaker, that this motion would have gotten past you. It ought not to have, with the greatest respect, and I mean no personal attack on you, Mr. Speaker, but it seems that it should not have. Mr. Speaker, it alleges that he refused to follow the advice of the clerk, and that the basis for the removal is that he failed to follow the advice of the clerk. Mr. Dattadin, Honorable Member Mr. Dattadin, expressed the charge that he failed to do what he was told to do. Mr. Speaker, the essence of that statement by Mr. Dattadin, the Honorable Member Mr. Dattadin, indicates why they would want somebody like Mr. Schuman, the Honorable Member Schuman. They want somebody who's docile. Docility is not a characteristic for a chairman of the Public Accounts Committee.
Mr. Speaker, I have to rise.
Honorable
Comments
Member?
about Honorable Member Mr. Schuman are distasteful, and you
Not a point of order, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, you can continue.
Mr. Speaker, how she rises and rushes to protect Mr. Schuman confirmed. I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, how the Honorable Member, Mr. Shearer, stood up just now to rise to the defense of her colleague, her member of government, her part of her executive. It's clear, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let us discuss what acts of bullyism, what are the acts of bullyism that is really running across this country, causing problems in this country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the acts of bullyism, the first one, Mr. Speaker, is the firing of thousands of public servants. That is an act of bullyism, Mr. Speaker. They want to talk about bullyism tonight, this morning, we're ready to deal with it. Mr. Speaker, another act of bullyism is the shameless assumption and accretion of power to this executive to take control over the constitutional agencies, to corrupt the Fiscal Management and Accountability Act, to subjugate constitutional agencies to the will of the concerned minister under Section 14 of the Fiscal Management and Accountability Act, Mr. Speaker. And to respond to that sort of bullyism, we have gone to court, Mr. Speaker, to stand up against that sort of bullyism. That is bullyism, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the attempts to influencing the functioning of the Police Service Commission to ensure appointments are made to policemen, to senior policemen who should not even be in the force, much less to be promoted. Do you hear the Honorable Member Robeson Ben coming to this House saying that the Police Service Commission is too slow to remove people who should not be there? But those are the people that they want to have there, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the prosecution and the prosecution of the chairman of and members of the Police Service Commission, that is bullyism, Mr. Speaker. The attempt to unlawfully remove the chairman and members of the Police Service Commission, that is a significant and unconstitutional act of bullyism. So let's talk about bullyism, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, bullyism is the inequitable, unfair, despite what the Honorable Prime Minister said tonight about his government being fair. People are not fooled. People know what is going on. People are being deprived, discriminated against. That is bullyism. In relation to the COVID grant, in relation to the distribution of flood relief, Mr. Speaker, I know that you're the Speaker. And on the next occasion, I would ask you to accompany me personally when APNU AFC is going into the regions, going into the communities. We just completed an entire weekend of outreach in Region 5, Mr. Speaker. And you have to be there to hear the people cry. Not one person, not one CDC representative, no member of the government has gone and visited these people. They've lost everything, Mr. Speaker. And those are the people there, the 33 of them, who want to tell you that they're fair and equitable. Nobody believes them, Mr. Speaker. Nobody believes them. Nobody has confidence in them. Their days are numbered, Mr. Speaker. Numbered, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, by passing the opposition and the Fiscal Management and Accountability Act, which requires and mandates the budget and the Auditor General budget be submitted to the Assembly by the Chairman of the Public Accounts Committee, that is an act of bullyism. Mr. Speaker, this 12th Parliament will go down in shame and infamy in the history of the parliamentary context and history of this country. You know why, Mr. Speaker? On the first day of the sitting of this Parliament, the first day, September 1, 2020, the first day the attack was launched against the chairman of the Public Accounts Committee when this government, this installed government, refused to comply with the Fiscal Management and Accountability Act to ensure that that chairman exercises his oversight functions, that the committee exercises its oversight function to present those reports to this House. In the face of a challenge, Mr. Speaker, they went and they passed, unlawfully nevertheless, the Fiscal Management and Accountability Amendment Act of 2021. So from the first day, Mr. Speaker, this Parliament has gone off track. And we will bring it back on track, Mr. Speaker. The Constitution provides this opposition with tools to bring it back. We did it before, and we'll do it again. It's not much longer, Mr. Speaker, before we do it again. Mr. Speaker, the persecution and the prosecution without basis and merits in relation to the members of the Guyana Elections Commission and officers of the Guyana Elections Commission constitutes what is bullyism. Now, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, when we stand up here from midnight to this ungodly hour to debate an issue lacking in merit and substance, when there's so much time could have been spent looking after the interests of our people, I'm prepared every night to come here if we're going to be spending time passing laws, provisions for the betterment of the ordinary people of this country, for the betterment of the business community, for the betterment of the workers and the farmers, the single mothers. Those are the people that we sacrifice for, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, but the importance of the Public Accounts Committee cannot be lost on any one of us. Mr. Speaker, we don't fall for the gaffe that right now the accounts that are being considered, you don't think, that the accounts that are being considered, Mr. Speaker, are the accounts during the period of the APNU AFC government. Mr. Speaker, with a pliable chairman, we have no confidence that the Public Accounts Committee will fulfill its mandate and not become another instrumentality of the PPP that will skew outcomes, skew reports, and manufacture and malign members of the opposition. But nevertheless, Mr. Speaker, nevertheless, I want to point out, Mr. Speaker, that right now at this stage, Mr. Speaker, at this stage, whilst the government is supposed to be paying attention to the issues of COVID, and despite all the interest that they're supposed to be paying to vaccination, Mr. Speaker, as usual, under PPP civic administration, Guyana must suffer shame and embarrassment. And once again, we are at the forefront of shame and embarrassment. After the massive cocaine exportation, we are in the front again, Mr. Speaker. We are in the front. Mr. Speaker, in a newspaper publication out of Norway, Verden's gang, an investigative examination was done in relation to the acquisition of COVID vaccines, in particular the Sputnik V. Mr. Speaker, and I quote a few aspects of it. The article says this, Your Honor, if I were to tell you how many people made money from it, you wouldn't believe it was true. While the world's richest countries have ordered 3/4, up to 10 times as many vaccines as have residents, the world's poorest countries are at the back of the queue. The World Health Organization describes this situation as, I quote, a catastrophic moral failure, a failure that increases the risk of new virus mutations, which will be paid with lives and livelihoods. We're doing that here, according to the WHO. In the vacuum left by the international community, some have eyed an opportunity to earn big money. Through investigations in countries including Ghana, Russia, Pakistan, Guyana, and Iraq, VG has been able to document how the Russian vaccines have traveled by a sheik in the Emirates around the world. In the reference, in particular, to Guyana, this is what it says here, Mr. Speaker. On November 19th last year, a private plane lands in Guyana, one of South America's poorest countries. Out steps Sheikh Al Maktoum, dressed in traditional white garbs. Right behind the Sheikh is Umar Farouk Zahur with a wheeled suitcase and a sweatsuit. At a press conference in May last year, at VG's request, a local journalist asked the Vice President, from whom the country had purchased vaccines, what they had paid. The Russian state sells the vaccines for approximately $10 per dose internationally. And this is what the report that the Vice President, Mr. Jagdeo, said. Honorable Member Jagdeo. The first set of Sputnik vaccines cost $20 per dose. We shopped around in the United States but were unable to find any vaccine, just as in Europe. We tried COVAX to no avail. Then a company associated with the Prince of Dubai came here. The sellers stated that they have limited vaccine inventory, according to the Vice President. Quote, at no time would we be able to pay whatever it took just to obtain the vaccines for the people. But because we were unable to obtain from anyone else, Guyana initially purchased 200,000 doses. What was the name of the company affiliated with the sheik that sold the vaccine? I don't know the exact name of the company, but I know they supplied Africa and some other countries, says the Vice President. Mr. Speaker, this is the sort of questionable transactions that must come under the scrutiny of an opposition member of parliament who's the chairman of the main opposition party. Mr. Speaker, the motion is without merit and we reject it completely.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Now call on the Honorable Minister Gail Teixeira to close the debate.
Mr. Speaker, I have heard many things today, some of which have made me smile, and some have made me just felt despair about the future of this parliament. But I want to say this, I've listened to lessons about structure and how to write a motion, which seems to be the only thing that one of those members could speak about. I've listened to extraneous matters that have nothing to do with the motion at all, and what I call smoke and mirrors, those to deflect attention from the real matter. I've listened to all sorts of matters, like the recent one of the last speaker, to do with vaccines that have nothing to do with the motion. And so I know that people were trying to fill in the time and to deflect from what were the issues. I've listened to levels of sanctimoniousness, just unbelievable. And I want to remind you why I'm so surprised. The bleeding hearts amongst us, you're good actors, I must say. The problem is that you have no substance. Bleeding hearts about people talking about thousands of public servants being fired. You've asked questions in this House and the answers have been given. And you cannot find the thousands, they're mystic, they don't exist. But what we can say to you is that you fired 1,972 Amerindian community service officers, those are the facts. You fired 7,000 sugar workers, those are the facts. You fired 2,000 public servants, those are the facts, because they happen to be the wrong color or the wrong political party. And you come here with bleeding hearts. Oh, you're good actors, but very bad substance. Mr. Speaker, I have heard crocodile tears about gods being angry. And the gods are angry. The gods were so angry with you that in 2020 you lost the elections. The gods decided after 5 years of your mismanagement and ineptitude that you didn't deserve to stay in this government anymore. The people gave you up. And that is a reality you have to come to terms with, and you've never been able to. Mr. Speaker, we have heard, again, sanctimoniousness. Let's hear. We heard the Honourable Member, Mr. Ramjitan, give us a lecture on the Public Accounts Committee. But the Public Accounts Committee from 1966 Constitution was always headed by the opposition. Always. The word main came in after the Constitution was amended in 2001 in the review of the Constitution, because the then opposition, who was PNC alone, did not want to be sharing with the AFC, who was the other member of the opposition. And so Maine was brought in around 2003. But 1966 onwards, the opposition was always chairing the Public Accounts Committee. So it wasn't in the constitutional reform that stated. In fact, the Constitution doesn't even say that the opposition must chair. What it does say is the standing orders and custom and practice. Mr. Speaker, we heard sanctimoniousness, and we've heard about all sorts of accusations. But let me remind this House that in 2012, when the government, PPPC was in government and the APNU AFC had 1 seat more, they moved hurriedly to amend the standing orders, to change what is a government 5 and an opposition 4, to reverse it. And so it was reversed. The opposition got the majority and the government got the minority. However, in 2015, when the government, APNU AFC, won the government, they rapidly moved to reverse it back, to reverse the standing orders back. And so the standing orders remain as they are. And so this shows a level of opportunism. It stinks of opportunism, actually, because whenever you get in government, you'll upside down the standing orders, and when you're not in government, well, you have to live with it. But the thing is, Mr. Speaker, is that we have the opposition in front of us, the APNU AFC. We have seen the level of bullyism during the 5 years of the Parliament in which they control. Not one motion of the PPC was passed. All our motions were defeated. Not one was amended to allow for any compromise. Questions were amended so they become less offensive to the government. We had very few sittings of the House, and so bullyism. And even when we came to the no confidence motion, you made us wait from November, the beginning of November, to the end of December to have the no confidence motion heard. When in fact, the same Erskine Mays you're quoting from says that the government should rapidly and with alacrity hold a no confidence motion so that, in other words, to shore up themselves. The issues of the motion before us. Mr. Speaker, it is very clear from the minutes of the PAC, which were approved, that there has never been an intention in the motion, and it is there in the minutes appointed and adopted on March the 15th of the February 1st minutes, that the opposition would not chair the PAC. What is the contention is that the person who is presently the chair, unless the APNU and AFC is saying to us that the only person fit and proper on their side to be the chair is Mr. Patterson, then obviously you seem to be devoid of fit and proper people. But Mr. Speaker, there's no entitlement for the chair. There's no entitlement by any individual for a chair. And this is not entitlement of an individual. What has occurred is that the committee is being held to ransom, like the APNU AFC tried in the March 2nd elections. to hold on to power desperately. They defied the Constitution and took us all to the way to the apex court of this country to prove that 33 was the majority. Took us all the way to the court to show the appointment of Mr. Patterson as the chair of GCOM was unconstitutional and unlawfully appointed. Took us to the Caribbean Court of Justice to be able to be told that there was a caretaker government that had to run this country, and it had restricted legitimate powers and legislative powers. We had to be embarrassed and ashamed as a nation to be made mockery of. And so you can stand here sanctimoniously and say what you want to say. History has written you down in it, and you can't erase it. The courts of the Caribbean Court of Justice and the courts of Guyana have all the records of your behavior and your attempt to hijack the elections of March 2020. And you know you didn't succeed. Despite your bullyism, despite your high-handedness, despite your efforts to prevent an election being held for 14 months, and then having had an election, then holding it back for 5 months and put people through torture in the midst of the COVID pandemic, and you come here today with crocodile tears to talk about people dying of COVID when you had done nothing for the first 9 months of COVID. You did nothing to protect our people. Not even one mask, not even a mask did you give to the people to wear. And you come here with crocodile tears today? Shame on you. But Mr. Speaker, since you have given such levity to my colleagues on the other side, I hope that you'll give me the same opportunity to respond to accusations that have been made that are terribly wrong. I have heard the comments made on Mr. Schuman, and the denigration of him as a member of Parliament, as the Deputy Speaker of this House, is reprehensible and should not be allowed. No member of this House should be spoken to like that. But it seems to be the habit in this House that you can say what you want to people, and you get away with it. And you know what? This is part of the bullyism. And I'm beginning to wonder, Mr. Speaker, if the bullyism is part of the DNA of the PNC APNU AFC in this House. Mr. Speaker, the motion, no chair of any committee has license to offend so repeatedly the standing orders. I have heard members saying that the motion didn't have about trying to make fiddling information. English is clear. The committee met December 28th, and in January several times, and on February 1st. And what transpired in the meetings in January, and the exposures there in the Auditor General's account of 2016, and the answers to the questions that were given, and the additional information that was provided by the ministry led to deciding that this person was not a fit and proper person to chair the Public Accounts Committee of Guyana. I've heard Mr. Ford talk about that no disrespect was given to the Speaker, no disrespect was given to the clerk, no violation of standing orders. Mr. Speaker, the issue, Mr. Speaker, when they say no disrespect to you as a Speaker, please, you're just using words and you mean nothing. The Speaker wrote a letter on May the 3rd. No acknowledgement, no information to the Public Accounts Committee by the chair, by email, by electronic means, that I have received the letter and I will take action and comply as soon as the Speaker raises the issue of the COVID. Nothing, silence, silence, and you tell me that you don't respect the Speaker, don't disrespect the Speaker of this House? Who do you think you're talking to? Who do you think you're talking to? 5-year-old? Mr. Speaker, you say you don't disrespect the clerk. The clerk came twice, 3 times into the committee. It's in the minutes of the committee. He advised you what to do. He advised the chairman that the motion was in order and that he should put the motion. And the minutes describe what happened. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Ford talked about the matter should be voted on in the committee before it goes. Honorable Member Ford, yes, you're all honorable. The matter should be voted on in committee before it comes to the House. Mr. Ford, I think, is mixed up with the 5 o'clock in the morning. Who's honorable, really? The issue is that the gentleman who spoke last, that's the easiest thing to say. The gentleman who spoke last talks about the issue of the manner in which the motion came to this House. Mr. Speaker, the matter, Mr. Ford, the honorable member, has got the procedure wrong. What he was quoting from was the procedure for the chair in the House, not for the chair of a committee. Mr. Matterman was dealt with as the chair of the PAC at the first meeting of the PAC at which the Speaker chaired and in which the opposition member proposed Mr. Patterson, and there was no opposition to Mr. Patterson. So the issue of having to go through some torturous procedure that Mr. Ford spoke about is totally irrelevant. I've noticed the honorable members started to talk about installed government. We're not installed. We're elected by the people in a free and fair elections, and that we are the legitimate government of this country. Go home and suck your thumbs. Go sit in a corner and suck your thumbs. The reality hurts. The reality hurts, doesn't it? We are the legitimate. And by the way, if you have a problem with what we say, why don't you tell the United Nations, CARICOM, the Commonwealth, the Organization of American States, and the Carter Center, and the 100 countries who supported the struggle of the Guyanese people to be able to have their votes counted and recounted so that the government of their choice could be appointed. But you won't do that. You won't do that. So, Mr. Speaker, I've heard another member talk about the FMMA and making prophets of doom about the Parliament is going to, going into the bad direction and, democracy, etc., is at stake. Mr. Speaker, and using the FMA Act, the 222A article of the Constitution makes it very clear that the constitutional bodies, as all other bodies who receive taxpayers' money, must be reviewed by the House in the National Assembly. You again seem to have problems with this. Mr. Speaker, how can a chair of any committee be found to be violating standing orders openly and repeatedly, be allowed to continue in that position? The Parliament of Guyana cannot allow the level of any chairperson in any committee to believe that they are somehow impervious to democratic rule, to majority rule. Otherwise, what will we be doing? Setting up dictators? So you have repeatedly, serially repeated to undermine the standing orders. Mr. Speaker, the You come here and give us lectures about democracy, and yet you are the greatest violators of democracy of Guyana. From the very first elections you rigged in 1968, in 73, the referendum in 78, in the elections of 80 and 85, you are serial election riggers. And then you tried again. You tried again in 2020 to steal the votes of the Guyanese people and hijack the election. And you come here sanctimoniously and talk to us about democracy? Please, please, it's too late in the morning for that nonsense. Mr. Speaker, the honorable thing for the member to have done was to have resigned. And he was given that option. And if the opposition does not feel that it wishes to take up the position, then the committee will function and it will elect a chairman day by day, as required by the standing orders. You can't have it both ways. You want the standing orders when it's in your favor, and you don't want the standing orders when it's not in your favor. The level of bullyism in this parliament, the level of bullyism in that committee is unacceptable, and that's what you should be afraid of. That's what you should be afraid of in this parliament. No chairperson is so entrenched and so entitled to the position that he cannot or she cannot be removed, just like a government can be removed. If a government can be removed, why not a chairperson of a committee? It's logical, isn't it? Isn't it logical? Or is it that the chairman of the Public Accounts Committee has Patterson written on the seat of the chair? That is his entitlement. Or whatever deals APNU and AFC have made, or who gets what, then you better perform. We're not interested in your deals. What we're interested in is the chairman of the Public Committee carries out the job of the Public Accounts Committee and is not a serial violator of the standing orders of this country. Mr. Speaker, the motion that is before us, Mr. Speaker, the honourable member refused repeatedly to do as advised, to put the motion to a vote. And he refused over and over again. You know, Mr. Speaker, we live by our decisions. We live by the things we do. And Mr. Patterson had a chance to reprieve himself. He did not. And therefore, the consequence now, there is a motion calling for his removal from the Public Accounts Committee, which is totally in order according to the standing orders. I have avoided, Mr. Speaker, talking about the Auditor General's report or the Public Procurement Commission report on the Demerara Harbour Bridge feasibility study, or the other study about usage of money from the asphalt plant to pay the same company that was not appointed or hired by contract, by a tender, but by most inappropriate means of the minister going directly to the cabinet to get approval for a matter that never went to tender. And then paying not only the contract, but over the next 2 years, that company continued to get almost $200 million more and were paid through the Demerara Harbour Bridge. So please, don't come to us as if, you know, you're angels. You know that you're angels. Mr. Patterson knows his vulnerability. He knows his vulnerability. And that there was chance between February 1st and May the 3rd for him to reprieve.
Honorable Minister, I just want to caution the Honorable Minister of Labour about calling people crooks. Honorable Minister, you may continue.
I have been called things in this parliament today that I find reprehensible. I have heard the description of this government in words that are reprehensible, such as ethnocentric, what do you call kleptomaniacs? And that was all acceptable language, Mr. Speaker. It's not acceptable language, whether it's said on that side or this side. And it can't be one side only being corrected. Mr. Speaker, I therefore, as I said in the very beginning, I had hoped that the honourable member would have done the right thing after receiving your letter. In fact, Mr. Speaker, your letter was May the 3rd. My motion was submitted a month later on June the 3rd. And there was every possibility for Mr. Patterson, please, Mr. Manipal, you're a really annoying noise in the background. Mr. Patterson had every opportunity. You know, it's 5 in the morning. You've had enough of you all day. Mr. Speaker, I think the members are pretending we're living in the dark ages. There's WhatsApp, there was email, there was telephone calls, where the honourable member, as chair, could have said, I'm going to obey the Speaker's ruling. As soon as the COVID thing has been suspended, I will call a meeting, I will resign or whatever. He didn't do that. It is all about bullyism and showing your strength. So at this point, Mr. Speaker, we will have to show this House whether we are willing to be bullied or we're going to be able to stand up for the Constitution and the standing orders of our Parliament to make sure there's rule of law, transparency and accountability. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. Honourable Mr. Mahipal, your shouting is in my left ear directly. Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable members, this concludes the debate on the motion. I now put the question. Those in favour of the motion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Division.
Mr. Clerk, please take the division. We have to ring the bell and we'll wait the customary 5 minutes. For the technicians who are monitoring those who are online, please ensure that you're in touch with them. We still have about 2 minutes to verify. Mr. Clerk, you can take the division.
Mr. Schumann.
Aye.
Mr. Sears.
No.
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 Mr. Jai Prashad.
No.
Mr. Jordan.
No.
No.
Mr. Ramsaroop.
No.
Miss Philadelphia.
No.
Mrs. Flu Bess.
No.
Mr. Mahi Paul.
No.
Mr. Holder.
No, no, no.
Mr. Cox.
No.
Mr. Henry.
No.
Ms. Fernandez.
No.
Mr. Duncan.
No.
Mr. St. Louis. Mrs. Walton Desir.
No.
Mr. Raj Kumar.
It doesn't matter, your face is dark.
Mr. Raj Kumar. Mrs. Hughes.
Mute your mic. Mute your mic.
Mr. Raj Kumar.
He's on. Maybe you can raise your hand, Mr. Rajkumar. We're not hearing you.
Mr. Raj Kumar.
Mr. Rajkumar.
Can I come back?
He's on.
Mr. Raj Kumar.
Just let's bear with him. He's just having some problems. Yes, you can.
Yes, I'm voting no.
Thank you very much.
No.
You said me, right? Yeah. Mrs. Hughes. Mrs. Hughes. Miss McDonald. Mr. Patterson.
No.
Miss Ferguson.
No, no, no.
Mr. Jones.
No.
Mr. Chandon Edmond.
No.
Mr. Sarabo Hali.
No.
Dr. Cummins.
No.
Dr. Henry.
No.
Mrs. Hastings Williams.
No.
Mr. Trotman. Mr. Ford.
No.
Mr. Ramjatan.
No.
Mr. Harmon.
No.
Ms. Veersamy.
Yes.
Mr. Williams.
Yes.
Dr. Smith. Mr. Jaffer Ali.
Yes.
Dr. Westford. Dr. Ramsaran. Mrs. Pearson Fredericks.
Yes.
Mr. Narayan.
Yes.
Mr. Datadin.
Yes.
Dr. Mahadio.
Yes.
Mr. Charlie.
Yes.
Mr. Siraj. Mr. McCoy.
Yes.
Mr. A. Prasad.
Yes.
Mr. Indar.
Yes.
Ms. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Parag.
Yes.
Mr. Ramson. Mr. Ramson. Dr. V. Prasad.
Yes.
Mr. Kroll. Mr. Dharam Lal.
Yes.
Mr. Bharat. Mr. Hamilton.
Yes.
Ms. Sukhai. Mr. Mustafa.
Yes.
Ms. Manik Chand. Dr. Anthony. Bishop Edgel. Mr. Todd.
Yes.
Mr. Shearer.
Yes.
Mr. Nandlal? Yes. Mr. Jagdeo? Yes. Mr. Phillips?
Yes.
The clerk will announce the results of the division.
Mr. Speaker, 34 members voted for the motion with 31 against.
The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move the adjournment of the Assembly to a date to be determined.
Honorable members, the Assembly stands adjourned to a date to be determined.